Greetings, Mavericks and new viewers. Tonight, direct and live from the Maverick News Network World Studios. This is Maverick News with Rick Walker.
Welcome back to the Maverick News Channel, everybody. Hello, Mavericks. We have a barn burner for you tonight. The owners of the Ostrich Research Facility farm out in British Columbia, Edgewood, British Columbia, have issued a response, a more formal response tonight to the government's new fine against them for failing to properly quarantine their ostriches. So we'll dig into that, but we're going to go much further because we also have information about hacking into the immune systems of birds, how it's done, who's doing it, and how that research facility in Edgewood, British Columbia might be involved. We're going to go to the phones too, so you can weigh in on this conversation. Also, traffic jams in Russia tonight as Russian authorities search frantically through trucks to see if there might be any other trucks with drones inside following yesterday's massive, highly successful, unprecedented, and historic drone strike by Ukraine deep inside Russian territory. Plus, pressure for peace from Ukraine and the West on Russia. But will it work? Well, we'll talk about that tonight a little bit as well. But it's this bird story, the bird story that just won't go away. It just keeps circling back. And we have information again tonight that you are just not going to see any place else. It might just shock you, as it shocked me. Stay with me. We'll dig into it on the other side of this.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are Maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, Maverick News. Defending free speech, Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, let's just start telling the story. The information has been coming to me about this research facility out in Edgewood, British Columbia, where we know, confirmed by the farm owners, Karen Esperson, that they had been injecting their ostriches, about 400 of them at last count, with COVID antigen as part of a research project dating back, starting supposedly in 2020. But the dates get a little blurred as you really start to dig into the information we will share with you tonight. In addition to that, I think you might, your eyebrows are going to be raised when we take you down the rabbit hole on this one. But this is a rabbit hole, I think, of truth. not so much a rabbit hole of darkness, because what we're really doing here tonight is shedding light on a story that for some strange reason, nobody else seems willing to expose. They just aren't sharing all of the information. Tonight, we've seen another prominent live streamer go out to the research facility in Edgewood, British Columbia, to sort of provide support to the farm owners, and has just done a little walk and talk talking about the Canadian Food Inspection Agency issuing another fine over the weekend against the farm for failing to quarantine their birds who became infected with bird flu back in December, January. Now, we know that the CFIA fined the farm $10,000 for failing to report an avian flu outbreak. The CFIA became aware only because of an anonymous tip that brought them to the farm late December, early January. And a call order was issued after testing was done on 2 of the carcasses, and 69 birds had died. But what the heck is really going on out there? Well, we're going to get into that in a way that we haven't quite gotten into before, because we've been following the money. But before we get to the money, let's go to what's happening there right now, tonight, as we speak. This was just moments ago, where Katie Pasitny, the daughter of Karen Esperson, one of the farm owners, co-owners, who is acting as the farm spokesperson, was doing this live stream talking about the CFIA and their latest fine for failing to quarantine. Now, we reported, as many others did, based on information from the CFIA, that the additional fine was for $20,000. Katie Pasitny is saying that's not accurate. It's actually another $10,000. So I guess they're looking at a total $20,000 fine at this point. Well, they've certainly raised a lot of money. At last count, for me, they were up over $250,000 raised so far. It looks like they may have even be approaching $300,000. When I checked the main website weeks ago, they stopped posting updates, or it seemed they had stopped posting updates on the total amount raised. We can look at that again later tonight to see if there has been an update. They stopped that one website around 129,000. So the money has been rolling in there, no doubt, because you have social media powerhouses on the conservative side going out there lending their not journalistic skills, but their support for what they see as a cause. Why they're choosing this hill to die on, I'm not sure, because what we're going to share with you tonight might make you question why this is being called some sort of a natural approach to dealing with viruses like bird flu. Well, first off, let's go to the social media post tonight that just came up. So this is Katie Pasitny at the research farm talking about this.
Being educative, we're bringing out awareness, but we're not inciting fear into anybody. We're dispelling the myth. We're helping bring the truth out. And we got our blood tested. We have antibodies for this. They're saying that we have a rare assortment of H5N1 that they've never seen in Canada before. But
now, how can they say that? Can they actually say that for sure with a PCR test?
No, I don't know. So running again, let's do the accurate scientific research.
Yeah.
And we don't have, they're not allowing that to take
because the swabs were not just taken on site, they were also sent to a lab in Winnipeg. That's the information that we have, so that's how they know.
Have a place in this. So top epidemiologists, top virologists, top immunologists, remember this. This is who we have brought to the table that have now been just shut out. They tried to have those expert witness reports swiped from the record. If we are dealing with something so...
What experts are they bringing? We will show you some of them who may have been involved tonight. And what they're doing will probably make your head spin.
So serious. You tell me why we're having that swiped from records and we're not allowed to bring that to the table and protect.
Because the court case was focused on a single question, which was, at that time, does the CFIA have the authority to go in there, inspect, and order a cull? That was the only question that the court was charged with answering and were tasked with answering. And that's what they did. They answered that question. The CFIA has the authority. It wasn't up to the court to decide whether the cull should go ahead or not, based on the scientific evidence. It was there to decide if the CFIA had the authority to act. And the court ruled that the CFIA, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, does. That's why they're conflating information here.
To the human and animal welfare, as well as all of our farmers. Our farmers need the protection right now because we're losing rights, and that's what we're fighting for.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
It is a big deal.
It's a big deal.
You okay?
Oh, yeah. I'm like
you're
my
getting a
voice.
little emotional.
Oh, no, it is emotional.
I know.
It is. You start talking about what's at risk, and you start to see that Universal Ostrich Farms is we're at ground zero here. And we're just trying to bring truth and science back into the stage and show that it holds a place in the decisions that are being made all around us. We're losing our farmers, you guys. We are losing our farmers. They are tired and they're giving up. The stamping out policy and approach is not working, and we need to stand up all together. I said, we had the Dutch farmers interested at taking to the streets. We've had people supporting and protesting all over in their towns. We've had about 250 people through this weekend. And again, no issues, no illness, no deaths, nobody is in the hospital.
Well,
That's because the bird flu does not infect people. It only infects people in very rare cases because it hasn't mutated yet in a way that is highly transmissible to people. But we have had people get the disease, which is part of the concern, the larger concern. And the reason the CFIA has issued the cull order is because they don't want the bird flu to spread to other farms, because they want to protect the food supply. That is why. And people, like those ostriches, are potential carriers when exposed to contaminated areas, where tonight there are concerns still ongoing with the CFIA that those birds may be carriers, not exhibiting symptoms, just like the people. And she confirmed that, yes, the virus is present. And in the court affidavit, we've also seen that the children out there have also tested positive for exposure to the bird flu, which also makes them potential carriers. Here's the response to the CFIA fine in a more formal way, just issued this afternoon from the farm. And it says here, page 101, they have been calling vets to try to get them out, but no one will come look at them. Is on holidays and back next week. Owners originally thought it was a feed issue combined with weather causing the birds to get sick. And then it says here, page 101, is there standing water on or near the property? Yes, there were about 400 ducks visiting the pond this fall, now about 250. They have it fenced to try and prevent direct contact with the ostrich. It goes on. Above is the communication with the CFIA. It says, Universal Ostrich Farm has not cooperated with the requirements set out under the Health Animals Act, including failure to report the initial cases of illness and deaths to the CFIA. That's what the charge is from the CFIA, which we have reported here, because the farm does have an obligation a duty to report this. And they're saying in this response from the farm, this is false. It says here, quote, our farm is remote, surrounded by no other poultry operations. It is, in effect, a natural quarantine zone. But instead of studying the birds, CFIA wants them culled. The CFIA claims that our farm has not undertaken the appropriate biosecurity risk measures to prevent wild bird access. This is false, as you read above in the communications with CFIA. We fenced off areas to limit the exposure with migratory ducks. And whether the disease came in by the ducks is a matter of speculation. It is possible. There is a theory out there that, and I think this is where the ducks come in. There is a theory that the virus may have been man-made, created in a lab using experiments on ducks, and that it spread and got out into the wild, and it's ducks that are spreading it. That's one of the main things I've come across. Whether they subscribe or believe in that theory is another matter, but it's interesting to see that they're blaming ducks for bringing the disease into their facility, which is an open air containment facility. And yes, other wildlife can get in, get out. We've also seen that there have been occasions when the ostriches have escaped, gotten through the fencing. And if birds can get in and infect them, they can also get out and carry the virus very far away, as we've shown here on previous nights. The migratory ducks, if it's ducks involved, and it may well be, are on a migratory route that is 3,000 miles long, from Alaska all the way down into Mexico and beyond. Here's the CFIA news release on this. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency and Canada's national poultry sectors have been responding to detections of highly pathogenic avian flu, HPAI, in Canada since December 2021. Industry has been highly supportive of the CFIA in response to HPAI, working collaboratively to implement control measures and protect animal health. The CFIA has acted to minimize the risk of the virus spreading within Canadian flocks and to other animals. All avian influenza viruses, particularly H5 and H7 viruses, have the potential to infect mammals, including humans. Our disease response aims to protect public and animal health, minimize impacts on the domestic poultry industry and the Canadian economy. The CFIA's response to highly pathogenic avian influenza in domestic poultry is based on an approach known as stamping out, as defined by the World Organization for Animal Health Terrestrial Animal Health Code. Stamping out is the internationally recognized standard and is a primary tool to manage the spread of HPAI and mitigate risks to animal and human health, as well as enable international trade. It includes steps to eliminate the virus from in infected premises, including the humane depopulation and disposal of infected animals and disinfected premises. And it talks here about ongoing risks, stamping out, current status of the infected premises at Universal Ostrich Farm right here. Universal Ostrich Farm has not cooperated with the requirements set out under the Health of Animals Act, including failure to report the initial cases of illness and deaths to the CFIA and failure to adhere to quarantine orders. Universal Ostrich Farm was issued 2 notices or violations with penalty totaling $20,000. The farm also failed to undertake appropriate biosecurity risk mitigation measures, such as limiting wild bird access to the ostriches because it's an open-air facility. As I pointed out, meaning if they're running a research facility, then it shouldn't be all open air. Controlling water flow, which is why they're addressing this in this news release. Controlling water flow from the quarantine zone to other parts of the farm or improving fencing. And the quarantine here really is not about the research. It's about the bird flu being present on the property. And so they're saying you better keep the incoming birds out, the wildlife, keep them away from the ostriches because the wildlife can carry it away. These actions significantly increase the risk of disease transmission and reflect a disregard for regulatory compliance and animal health standards, meaning they're not properly taking care of their animals and putting other animals at risk. Universal Ostrich Farm has not substantiated their claims of scientific research. Isn't that interesting? We'll get into that more tonight. They haven't substantiated their claims of scientific research. So if they haven't substantiated their claims of scientific research, what have they been involved with? CFIA has not received any evidence of scientific research being done at the infected premises. Interesting. So on the one hand, they're telling us that they're injecting the birds, that they're involved in some capacity with this experimentation into COVID, and now maybe bird flu, maybe other things too. But then we're seeing here that we're being told there's no research going on out there. So what is the truth? And yet we've also seen claims from some people on the farm denying that there's any injections going on at all, and that there's anything like that even involved out there. Research documentation was not provided during the review of their request for exemption from the disposal order based on unique genetics or during the judicial review process. Further, the current physical facilities at their location are not suitable for controlled research activities or trials. So no research, no paperwork, at least nothing provided, just a verbal claim, but a lot of money involved. On May 13th, 2025, the federal court dismissed both of Universal Ostrich Farm's applications for judicial review. The interlocutory injunction pausing the implementation of the disposal order was also vacated. Following the May 13th court ruling, the farm owners and supporters have been at the farm in an apparent attempt to prevent the CFIA from carrying out its operations at the infected premises. This has delayed a timely and appropriate response to the HPAI infected premises, resulting in ongoing health risks to animals and humans. CFIA's next step at the infected premises, given the flock, is that multiple laboratory confirmed cases of H5N1 and the ongoing serious risks for animal and human health and trade. The CFIA continues planning for humane depopulation with veterinary oversight at the infected premises. So the government is saying RFK Jr., Dr. Oz, whatever, doesn't matter what political pressure is brought to bear at this point. The cull is going ahead because of the risks to farmers and the public in general, the health risks, the risks to the economy, and it is substantial. And even though, yes, the people are out there and the people are not getting sick, that's not unexpected, given that the bird flu does not infect people in a way that makes them ill very often. Only a handful of cases so far. We're hoping, I think all of us, that the virus doesn't mutate to a point where it starts to become highly contagious and begins to spread among the general population, leading to us all being locked down again, which I would really not enjoy at all. I don't know about you, but I don't want a repeat of all that. So what is going on? No evidence of research being done, and yet we've shown you in court documents that in a court affidavit that Universal Ostrich Farm, here let me bring it up, has sworn to a court that they're involved in research on various levels with various labs, including this Dr. Yasuhiro Sakamoto in Japan. Here's the court document. This is an affidavit from the court challenge where the initial court challenge where they tried to block the CFIA from coming in and culling their birds, and they have been successful in doing that for the past, nearly 6 months now. And at the same time saying that their rights are being taken away and due process being denied. That's an assertion from some who are supporting them, who are sort of pseudo-legal people. And that's not the case, because they did go through a lengthy court process that has allowed these birds to linger there for 6 months. That's quite a long time, especially given that the CFIA usually moves in swiftly and takes care of these things immediately. But here's the court document, and it says right here that they were working with this Dr. Sakamoto, and he was very interested in their herd. And then it says here as well that they began working with a company called and what I'm talking about here is working on COVID research. And I showed you the other night that this was confirmed by Karen Esperson, one of the co-owners of the farm. I'm going to run that clip again. I'm setting all this up so that anybody who maybe hasn't joined us on this program before, understands what this story is about and how serious it really is. So here's Karen Esperson in an interview that I did with her, and just again confirming that she would walk among the birds and inject them with a COVID antigen, a synthetic antigen that mimics the COVID virus or infects the bird in a way that it's supposed to be not infectious. And it was developed by this professor in Japan. Well, I'll let her explain kind of how it was working.
And so we started, we wanted to work with Dr. Tsukamoto, but at first we couldn't because of everything through the world, the borders, everything was shut right down for any products passing anywhere. So we found a lab in Quebec, and we started to work with them. They were a chicken facility, and they were very intrigued by our ostrich. So we worked with them, and we built antibodies with the ostrich. And that's what we do, is we give them a tiny antigen of a dead virus just to the hens. And within 2 weeks, they build an immunity. In another 2 weeks, they take those antibodies, those amazing antibodies, and they put them into their eggs. Now, the antigen we give is the smallest amount, because it's the same amount they give a chicken. So we were like, wow, if we only need that tiny bit that they give a chicken, well, then nothing's going to happen with our birds. And we did monitor, check them, because we love them. They're our pets. And they had no fever, nothing. They went on to clucking. We walk amongst our birds, so when we give the antigen, they didn't even know they were getting it.
Or so she says. I don't know about you, but when I get jabbed with a needle, I tend to feel it. Okay. I'm not saying that's inhumane or anything, but okay. It's a pick, right? Okay. So if that's the way they administer it, that's fine. No issues. But I'm just bringing you the information so you can understand exactly what's going on. So we know that the birds were being injected. So where do we go from there? Well, she mentions this company called BioSolutions in Quebec. And we've had a little bit of trouble kind of figuring out exactly what that's all about. And I know that we had a caller call in the other night, Jason, who also has been looking at this and indicated that he didn't even know if this company existed. Well, it does indeed. And so it didn't really take that much additional digging. It's just taken time to get to it because there's been so much going on with this story. Well, here's what this is all about. First of all, here's a news release from the company, Immune BioSolutions. And this dates back now to March 16th, 2021. And we know that the farm in that court affidavit confirmed that they were supposed to have pivoted and to research only as of 2020 because of the pandemic, where they gave up selling the birds for food, slaughtering them for the meat, not selling the eggs or anything, strictly for research now as of 2020. And then there was this news release from 2021 where Immune BioSolutions receives $13.44 million to develop and biomanufacture its promising immunotherapy to treat COVID-19 and its variants. And so this is the $13 million government funding that we talked about the other night, confirmed here in this media release from Immune BioSolutions. Or for Immune, well, this is the release from the company, but the money was to Immune BioSolutions. Now, the farm, the research facility in Edgewood, BC, no indication here, as far as I can tell, that they own any part of this company, which is interesting. But we're in the court documents. The farm owners, Karen Esperson and Dave Belinsky, indicate that it's this company, Immune BioSolutions, that, and she says this in the interview as well with me, that this is the company that was providing the COVID antigen to them, not the professor in Japan. Now, it is not just coming from the company, just so you understand and just so you know, and I know nobody trusts the government. Nevertheless, I'm going to show you the government news release on this to show you that this is also confirmed by me through that avenue. So this is from the federal government talking about this exact grant. Immune Biosolutions will be able to take another step forward in its development. Well, actually, I'm sorry. This is the separate one. This is from 2019. They've been giving this company various grants. I do apologize. This is the one from 2019. So the company's been getting a series of grants from the feds, $250,000 back in 2019. And that's also relevant because of the dating, which I think is going to come up again later in this broadcast. We're going to have Dragon join us on the broadcast because he's going to help us decipher a video from the company, from Immune Biosolutions, that's going to make us scratch our heads a little bit on the dating. Fueled by cutting-edge scientific expertise, Immune Biosolutions, Inc. is a leader in the discovery, engineering, and development of new antibodies for biopharmaceutical sector. To maintain its momentum, the Sherbrooke-based company will receive a repayable contribution of $250,000 from Canada Economic Development for Quebec regions. They're in Sherbrooke, Quebec. So this helped create new jobs in the research sector. Interesting that they're getting into this. And then the pandemic came along shortly after. And then this additional funding came, and I did find that other release. I don't know if I've got the tab open, from the federal government announcing this additional $13 million to Immune Biosolutions. So just to show you that this is a real place, I did find their website and located them today. Let me just see. But before I do that, let me show you again this little video here to show you how the doctor or the professor in Japan was injecting those birds. And the method would be, I guess, a little bit different because she was walking among her birds in Edgewood, BC. But again, this is where the antigen was developed, apparently, according to the farm owners. And you can see there Dr. Tsukamoto injecting his birds because he has birds in Japan as well. This is a bird from Japan. Keep that in mind. But we're told this is what they were doing with the birds in Edgewood as well. And that's Dr. Tsukamoto. And there's the injection going in again, just so you understand. And let me bring this up. Okay. So we know all that's going on. And here's the thing. What is this research all about? We're being told by the farm owners, Katie Pasitny in particular, because she's become the face of the farm, the go-to media person. And she keeps saying that this is a natural thing that they're doing out there. Natural. But is it? Is it really natural? I'm not sure. I'm going to let her say it. I've got a couple of clips of her. So I'm going to share this with you because I want her to establish exactly what it is they're saying. I need to get the exact time on this for you. Okay, so about 3 minutes in. And let me get this up on the screen. Here we go. And we'll go to the clip here right about here. Just so give her the opportunity to be very clear about what they're doing out there. Have been doing, at least since 2020.
Innovative science that is natural. If you really come to us and you really know and listen, natural. If you really quick,
honor each other's belief systems. This isn't about what we believe in on both sides. This is about food and nutritional food supply. Farmers being under attack, and which is us. We're trying to bring innovative science that is natural. If you really come to us and you really know and listen, this has nothing to do with mNRA technology. This has nothing to do with anything but trying to bring something to the forefront that's natural.
Okay, so she says that. Now, let me bring up another clip of her addressing this. So this is her again, saying this is all natural. And okay. Let me get this cued for you. I just want her to establish exactly and be very clear that she is saying this. I'm not making it up. This is her. This is her. Katie Pasitny. Sorry, so many things to click on. I'm almost there for you. And here we go.
Voice matters and unity matters. Then we move on to the next change, and we make change together, and we should learn from one another. I'm open to taking on new ideas and educating myself on different theories. I don't know what that looks like for me down the road, but doesn't make me really want to learn about that if I'm constantly being attacked, or you know, the science here is being attacked. Our goal and mission for the last 4 years has been dedicated to just bettering humanity by bringing a new innovative research to the forefront that was going to offer natural opportunity rather than you know, that of synthetic opportunity of vaccinations and mRNA, and we wanted to do something natural.
Right. Okay. Okay. So she's against big pharma, anything synthetic, doesn't like mRNA, certainly is not into, what was that guy's name? Yuval Noah Harari, right? Yeah, that guy. Interesting. I got a little clip of him. Let's run him. Let's run Yuval Noah Harari. But maybe before I do that, we're going to get to him. I just want to show you that this company out there is real. This is Immune. I'll just find it again. It'll be faster. ImmuneBioSolutions.com in Sherbrooke, Quebec. Real company. Here we go. Right there. Interestingly, there are two companies, one in Montreal and this one in Sherbrooke, Quebec. Now, this one looks very legit. And this is the company that received the $13 million and the $250,000 from the Canadian federal government right here. All right. So this is what their company looks like. Now, let me see. Do I have a picture? Yes, and here is their facility. I looked up their address, and I think we've got a picture of, there's their team. These are real people, apparently. There's their staff with names. You can find out more information about them on LinkedIn. They're all there. These are their board members. It's a serious operation, all right? And just so you see what their facility looks like, it looks like this is their address, and I went and I found it. And it looks like this. Because I don't want you to think any of this is like mythical or, some made up company, because there was some question about whether it was even a real place, but there it is. This is the building they work from. 2650 Rue Maximilien Chagnon in Sherbrooke, Quebec. Real place. That's all we need to see of that. Just see your stats so it's established and you understand it's not a fable. Now, Yuval Noah Harari. What does he talk about? Humans are hackable animals, right? Hacking into DNA. Remember that guy? World Economic Forum? Now, a lot of people think that Yuval Noah Harari wants people to be hacked and their DNA altered or whatever and turned into other creatures. In fact, if you really read his work, well, he's a little bit different than maybe you think. But regardless, very much a demon within the freedom movement and right-wing conservative circles. Here he is. Let's just listen to what he says about humans being hackable animals and DNA hacking.
At least some corporations and governments will be able to systematically hack all the people. We humans should get used to the idea that we are no longer mysterious souls. We are now hackable animals. All of life was subject to the laws of natural selection and to the laws of organic biochemistry. But this is now about to change. Science is replacing evolution by natural selection with evolution by intelligent design. Not the intelligent design of some god above the clouds, but our intelligent design and the intelligent design of our clouds. The IBM cloud, the Microsoft cloud, these are the new driving forces of evolution. So does the data about my DNA, my brain, my body, my life, does it belong to me or to some corporation or to the government or perhaps to the human collective? Humans are now hackable animals. The whole idea that humans have, they have this soul or spirit and they have free will and nobody knows what's happening inside me. So whatever I choose, whether in the election or whether in the supermarket, this is my free will, that's over. Today, we have the technology to hack human beings on a massive scale. Yeah, everything is being digitalized. Everything is being monitored. In this time of crisis, you have to follow science. It's often said that you should never allow a good crisis to go to waste, because a crisis is an opportunity to also do good reforms that in normal times people will never agree to. But in a crisis, you see, we have no chance. So let's do it.
Vaccine won't help us go to the test, of course. The
vaccine will help us, of course. It will make things, more manageable. Surveillance. People could look back in 100 years and identify the coronavirus epidemic as the moment when a new regime of surveillance took over, especially surveillance under the skin, which I think is maybe the most important development of the 21st century, is this ability to hack human beings, to go under the skin, collect biometric data, analyze it, and understand people better than they understand themselves. This, I believe, is maybe the most important event of the 21st century.
Okay. So, oh my God. You want to watch more of that? Yeah, you do. I know you do.
In history, and we already have a number of applicants for the job of 21st century Stalin.
Okay. So that's, a theory beyond just the idea of hacking the DNA. Now, what's this got to do with the farm, the research farm out in Edgewood, BC? Well, we heard Karen say that they wanted to work initially with Professor Tsukamoto in Japan. But because of restrictions on getting things in and out of the country during the pandemic, they had to start working with this lab in Quebec, which was supplying them with the antigen. Now, what kind of work? And then they started working with that lab instead of working with the university in Japan. Confirmed by the farm owners in the court documents. Let me show you the court document. And I'm going somewhere with this. So stay with me. Okay. Let's take a look here. Now, some people may not care. Other people may care a lot. So there it is. This is from the court document highlighted for you. Since 2020, Universal Ostrich Farm, UOF. What if you put that F and put front be UFO? But no, it's UFO, UOF, has been entirely dedicated to the production of antibodies with its ostrich herd. It is not a commercial poultry facility, and it does not produce any ostrich meat or eggs for human consumption. We're going to come back to that. Now, let me see if I can move along. RMO, this is the research facility, became the go-to farm for the production of large body genetics, and we grew it into the largest ostrich farm in Canada. At one point, we reached an ostrich count of 1,100 birds. This is not some small backyard family farming operation. This is the largest ostrich farm in Canada. Further to that, in the court affidavit and through other research, we have confirmed that this Universal Ostrich Farm research facility, one of the initial underpinnings of its business plan was to supply other farms with ostriches, which they do, which they have done. And in fact, in the court affidavit, they confirm that as much as 20% of all the ostriches on farms in Canada have come from their stock through selective breeding, genetically selecting specific kinds of birds, which we've indicated on this program in previous nights, and this confirms it again. And here, in the court affidavit, Dr. Tsukamoto was very interested in their herd because of the size of the ostriches, but he couldn't get the antigens, it says here. As a result, we began working with BioSolutions Inc. in Quebec, which was working on protocols to produce antibodies for COVID-19 due to a $13 million grant from the government of Canada. Now, that didn't go directly to the farm, but because BioSolutions got $13 million, they were then, of course, using part of that money to pay Universal Ostrich Farm for their services rendered, which was to inject the birds with the COVID antigen to induce the formation of antibodies, and those antibodies would then be present in eggs, which the lab in Quebec uses for research purposes. It says in or around 2021, BioSolutions provided antigens to Universal Ostrich Farm, confirmed right here, which then allowed us to produce antibodies using the ostrich eggs. So it's right there in the court document as well, that they're doing this on site. BioSolutions found that UOF's antibodies were superior to the previous chicken-derived antibodies since they were stronger and more robust. Since the results from the ostrich eggs were showing positive results, we decided to commit the entire operation of UOF to antibody production. Then in about 2022, UOF began a venture with Struthio Bioscience Inc., and entered into a contract wherein UOF must provide Struthio with ostrich eggs, failing which UOF would be in breach of the contract. In summary, since 2020, UOF has been entirely dedicated to the production of antibody IgY. And to be clear, UOF, it says here, is not a commercial poultry facility, and it does not produce or sell meat. But we've also shown that that is not entirely true, given that they were selling eggs, were promoting the sale of eggs during Easter to families to take home and eat from their bio birds at their open-air bio research facility. dedicated entirely to research, they say, since 2020. So what the heck is going on? Well, it just gets weirder. So here we are. Let's bring it back up. Immune Bio Solutions. What do they do? Well, remember, you've all Noah Harari. Well, it says right here, this is from the website that I just showed you from Immune Bio Solutions. And keep in mind that Katie just told us that this is a totally natural thing they do out there. It's all natural. Well, they've been working with this lab in Quebec, and here's what they say. At Immune Biosolutions, we strongly believe that biologics can transform and save lives, leveraging our technology platforms, and it's highlighted for you folks. We hack the immune system of chickens to discover and engineer the next generation of immunotherapies. That's right from the Immune Biosolutions website. You can go there tonight and find it on their site. It says, we create safe and functional humanized antibodies in several therapeutic areas, such as infectious diseases and oncology, where others have failed or never dared to explore. This is all novel research into novel new viruses in ways that human beings have never seen before. And if they're telling the truth, but which version of the truth? Well, one version of the truth, according to the court affidavits, indicates that they were helping that lab in Quebec. Now, were they doing the actual specific research at the farm? No, they were doing that in Quebec. Well, what were they doing at the farm? They were definitely using the antigens produced by the lab in Quebec and injecting their birds with it, an experimental serum of some kind. And I'm not going to get into what might be in it or what might not be in it. And what are the protocols for that? Well, where's the paperwork? CFIA is throwing a lot of questions around. I have questions. Now we're seeing from the CFIA that they haven't produced any evidence of doing any research at all. Yet at the same time, we're being told they do. And then on the other hand, sometimes they're saying they don't. And when she just did that big walk and talk live stream with the support of, what's that guy's name? Shadow Davis, went out there to offer his support to the farm tonight, failed to mention any of this. Why? Why is nobody talking about what's in the court documents? Why is nobody talking about this research? It's supposed to be a research facility, right? Research into what? Well, it was COVID, and I guess bird flu too, now, maybe before. And some of the dates don't seem to line up, and the numbers of the birds don't really line up either. And I showed you that in 2021, 6 birds were sold. Well, today, here, I'll show you again. Let me just bring this down. I showed you in 2021 when this was supposed to be entirely a research facility already, because as of 2020, that's what they said. No more, bird sales, no food, whatever. 6 of these birds were sold to a farm in Whitecroft Valley. Just got a new ostrich farm. This is from a local newspaper called Sun Peaks Independent News. June 2nd, 2021. There's the date. Now, I'm not one to just rely on other media outlets to give us the news. So I thought, I'm one guy with a little bit of support from somebody here and somebody there. And, we get the call-ins at night, and Dragon helps out and John helps out. And, you guys all help out sometimes. You send me links to things, but I finally found the time. And so today I went to the website for this farm. And what I found out is it's not just a farm. Let me see if I can find it for you here. There we go. Okay, it's also in the summer they farm, and this is actually a family-run operation. In the summer they farm, and in the winter they have sort of an adventure tour with dog sledding, which is pretty cool. And again, let me just show you it. So there it is there. There's their website. And this is Mountain Man Adventure Tours. So you can go there in the winter. And there's a couple of kids. I think that's their kids. The proprietors' names are Chris and Taryn. And I believe their last name is Schwanky. And let's take a look at their video, shall we?
My name is Chris, owner of Mountain Man Dog Sled Adventures. Main reason why we're here is for the dogs, but when we first got to Sun Peaks that first morning, we just woke up and saw the view, and just a gorgeous sunrise in the morning, and walking through the village, it just has a really homey sort of feel to it, and all the local people around here that stick around for years and years are really nice and open and friendly, and it did feel.
Okay, I'm not going to run the whole thing. I'm hoping I don't get a copyright strike on the music. Anyway, beautiful, beautiful place, beautiful dogs. Looks like a lot of fun. It looks like a beautiful town. Haven't been there. I mean, wow. It really is supernatural out there, isn't it? British Columbia. Well, yeah, I phoned the farm, and I did half a thing with Taryn that's on the record, and then I did a half a thing where I'm off the record. So it gets a little complicated. So I'm not running a recorded interview with her, but I can tell you that she did confirm they did buy 6 birds from Universal Ostrich Research Facility in Edgewood, BC in 2021. She further confirmed that they were aware that there was some sort of research going on out there, but I guess they didn't feel it was anything to be concerned about. So I don't know how much disclosure there was, and I can't get into many more details tonight, but I just want to make you aware that I did call, I confirmed the sale, and that tracks down 6 of those birds. In addition, she indicated before we went off the record that those birds were returned at some point to the farm in Edgewood. I guess things weren't working out. I didn't get the details as to why. Now, I'm not saying they were doing any research at all out of that farm and I don't think that was the case at all. Maybe they were. I have no idea. I haven't got any clue because we didn't get into that. Everything sort of stopped. So what's going on out there? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Were they supposed to be selling birds? And what were the birds going out there for? It was a business opportunity. We know that. We were told that. But what kind of business was it? They didn't sell them for meat because they sent them back at some point. They sent those birds back. That's as much as I can say. Ethically. Beyond that, I can't give you any other information from that interview. Everything else is off the record. And a very nice lady. And I hate to even drag them into this thing at this point, but I need to confirm, and the public needs to know. And so I'm not stopping. I will not lie. I will not gloss over this information. No matter how upset some people get with me, It's not about tugging at heartstrings, because this is a very serious matter. So now we've tracked down 6 of those birds, which apparently went back. So there are other ones, though. We were looking for about somewhere between 24 and 30 birds, approximately, that it seemed to be unaccounted for, including, because we've accounted for at least 2 that they say were shot. And that's another story. So now you've got a company in Quebec that's using eggs that they're hacking with into chicken immunity. Now, they're not saying they're doing it with ostriches, I don't think. Maybe, I don't know. Chickens for sure, because that's what they say on their website. I have a video here showing some of what they do at this lab in BC. Or no, sorry, in Quebec. We already showed you what Dr. Tsukamoto does in Japan. Now, at some point, okay, well, let's show you this first. We had that guest on the other night, the other Karen McDonald. And some of the stuff she was saying was, well, I think it was kind of wacky, but there was some truth. And one of the things she did talk about was the use of light waves to see viruses. And indeed, that's what this company, Immune Biosolutions, has been involved with. And this is a video that goes back, what's the year on this one? 2015. They've been at this for quite a while. And this is a demonstration of what they call light wave antibodies. So we'll run little bits and pieces. So 5 minutes of blocking. Honestly, I'm not exactly sure what they're doing here, but they're mixing things. We also know that Dr. Tsukamoto at one point was conducting research where he was combining viruses. There was an experiment documented in paperwork in Japan where he combined a swine flu H5N1, I believe, and HN5, and the current version, what do they call HN? Oh my goodness. My head is HN5-1. HN5-1, bird flu. Too many H's and N's. Too many different acronyms, but here you go. So this is what they're doing at that lab out in Quebec. And this appears to be rendering something inert or whatever. It's a process they go through where they can put the viruses present, mix things together, then introduce the antibodies, and they can, I believe, detect the presence of a virus using a special microscope that exposes the mixture to certain light wave at certain bandwidths. And that this is hybridization where they're mixing things together. Get it? Combining. Hybridization. And what does this company do? They hack the immune systems of chickens. And of course, what they're doing is they're using the ostrich antibodies to detect the presence of a virus in like chicken eggs, I guess. We're using antibodies from chicken eggs to find viruses and hacking the immune systems. And they're humanizing the antibodies. And that means hybridizing them in a way that the human body won't reject them when you inject them into the bloodstream. If you just take an ostrich antibody and just inject it into a human, the person could potentially get really sick or maybe even die. So you have to do what they call humanizing it, which means changing it so that the human body doesn't see it as a foreign object or a foreign infection of some kind from a different kind of creature, and it goes into your body and doesn't reject it, doesn't make you sick. You can live with it, and it can alter your immune system. There are many biologics on the market. I think there's some out there called like Humira. I think there's like Remicade. They use them for a variety of different treatments for a variety of different, especially immune system diseases. And then here's the process that they go through. I'll just cut to the chase here, where they see this is what they see on the computer screen after looking at this through a special microscope and exposing it to particular kinds of light. Chemiluminescence detection. So you see, Karen McDougall wasn't entirely crazy about some of this stuff. I don't know if she's specifically referring to this, because this is very cutting edge what they're doing in this laboratory in Quebec. I'm not sure if she was actually, but this is the real deal. And this is peer-reviewed, double-blind studies. I mean, they're following all the proper methodology, and they're published in very credible medical journals. So I've looked into that. These guys are the real deal. That's why they're getting the $13 million. But at some point, Karen Esperson indicated they got cut off of the funding, which is weird, right? And then she's spinning it up as though it's like some plot that the government's involved with because they want to shut down small farms. Well, I don't know, because we got a story about the company having been sold, this Immune Biosolutions, and that's maybe why. But then when the new company came in, they had to sign a non-disclosure agreement. I don't know. I can tell you this: I did call out to the company 3 times today. Also sent them an email asking for some confirmation and information, and so far, no comment, no response from the company. Maybe we'll get something from them tomorrow. Now, the other interesting thing is that there is another company that I do not know if it is related to any of this, but there is another company called Biosolutions in Montreal. Let me see if I can find that one for you, because it's a curious thing for me. Here it is here. Biosolutions Canada. The reason I find this so interesting is because when you look at the company with this very similar name, you have to look at, first of all, it's a very cheaply made website, which makes me suspicious right off the bat. I'm not saying they're doing anything wrong, but I'm kind of wondering what this is really all about. So here's Biosolutions Canada. There's their contact info. And there's a picture. But that looks like some sort of a stock image. And when you search that and you really look at it, that's some sort of a biogas facility. And I'm not sure that that's really the place. So let's take a look. Let's bring up an image of the location. And again, I don't know if this is even related, but it seems, I'm going to show you why I'm highlighting it in just a second. Here's Google Maps. There's this building. So that's the address on the website. I called this number, got no answer. Went to some sort of just seemed to bounce over to like a standard answering system for like a cell phone or something, which is very odd. So what do these guys do? Well, this is why I'm showing it to you. If you look at their services, to sell, says here, our main focus is on the following areas: to sell and market customers' products in a target country or region, to acquire products for our customer, to implement manufacturing and distribution processes. So they're like a consulting firm, and they don't really do much of anything. They're not really a lab. Here's About Us. Just an international consulting company right there, supporting companies who are looking to expand and grow their business internationally. We are experts in sourcing reputable suppliers and customers in Europe, but for what? Doesn't really tell you until you go over here into industries. Can you see that on there? Okay. Yes, you can. Okay. So they're into, like, I guess, consulting in the injection molding industry. Okay. And then they're into, this is what I'm showing you, medical and nutraceutical and cosmetic industries. It says we also specialize in the field of life sciences with a particular focus on medical, nutritional, and cosmetic industries. We have a network of distributors around the world that can provide and market your products efficiently. Isn't that interesting? Well, what kind of products does Universal Ostrich Farm get into? Well, the farm itself doesn't get right into it, but they have a bunch of different companies set up. They have Ostrich Pharma or something? Ostrich Pharma USA they're associated with, and they have Ostrich Pharma USA. Here we go, Biospace. And what are these guys selling? What have they actually developed with these antibodies and Dr. Tsukamoto? They've got hair stuff to make your hair grow and lozenges. We know that. Ostrich Pharma, USA produces antibodies to block the virus that causes COVID-19, they say. Nasal drops and candies in Japan. Lozenges infused with ostrich antibodies. Nutraceuticals. Katie talks about it. Her mom talks about it. They also make, like, pet treats and pet products. We've shown you that. The other interesting thing here is we saw in that court document, right, that if, and I'll bring it back up, if these birds are destroyed, right here, if these birds are put down, if they're culled, we are told that the farm will be in a lot of trouble because they'll be in breach of contract to Struthio Bioscience. Oops. I'll show you. So wouldn't that be terrible? That would be awful. And I don't wish ill will on anyone. Where are we here? Okay, let's get this. There it is up on the screen. And yeah. So they began working with Struthio, right? I might have to, I have to go back. Let me, sorry. Show you the actual court document. Here it is. So I'm not going to be zoomed in. There it is. So it says, they quarantined. Anyway, in this document, it says that if they fail, if these birds are lost, they would be in breach of contract to supply eggs to Struthio. Then in or about 2022, UOF began a venture with Struthio Bioscience Inc., Struthio, and entered into a contract wherein UOF must provide Struthio with ostrich eggs failing which UOF would be in breach of the contract. So if they lose the birds, they can't provide these eggs to Struthio Bioscience. So I guess that sounds like a business disaster, right? Because what would happen? Would Struthio sue the farm, the research facilities, sue the owners? What would happen? So this is one of the key things that they make reference to. But there's an interesting sidebar to this that will make you scratch your head. We've mentioned this in passing before, but it's worth highlighting right now because the owners of Struthio Bioscience are Karen Esperson and her partner, Dave Belinsky. So they would be in breach of contract to themselves. Does that make any sense? Well, they're setting up all these, number of different companies, right? If they're not setting them up themselves, they are in association with or working with some of these companies directly. But some of these companies, they have direct ownership of themselves. Struthio Bioscience says right here, or at least it says co-owner of Struthio Bioscience Inc., Karen Esperson, who owns Universal Ostrich Farm. So I'd like an explanation on that one. Okay, here's what we're going to do. This took a lot longer than I thought to get to. Have I blown your minds? Does the weight of this, the gravity of it? Yeah, Lindy, they're going to sue themselves. I couldn't make this stuff up. Like I couldn't. So I'm not making it up because I couldn't. It's that twisted. We're going to take a little break. Dragon's going to come back and join us on the other side of this. I'm going to put up the phones as well and get you guys rocking and rolling so you can comment. And we'll continue to dig into this because there's one more layer tonight that I want to get into, but I need Dragon's help to do it. So let me run a couple of little transitions here while I get everything set up, and we'll continue with our coverage of this really weird story into the Universal Ostrich Research Facility in Edgewood, BC.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, defending free speech, Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom.
All right, normally I would say get those dialing fingers active, but I'm going to say delay those dialing fingers for just a moment because we have to get Dragon on here first, and he's going to join us by phone to help us with our coverage tonight, which will continue with a video, but I need him to help us translate it. So let me put this number up on the phone for the phone line, 1-647-734-4220. And there's the PIN number, Dragon. So in case you don't have it in your speed dial, you can get your dial and finger exercised and dial that number and join us by phone. And I hope you're still out there in Cyberland to help us with this coverage. And let me, while we get Dragon set up, let's get this on the screen here. And then we're going to get this video queued up. There we go. Okay, Dragon, sir, we are awaiting your call. Let me just pull this down. We'll wait for him to phone in, and I'll get this video queued. And this is a video of Immune Biosolutions dating back to 2013. Here we go. All right, Dragon, are you there? Hang on. There you are. I think we've got you now. All right, let's get you up on the screen.
Dave Dixon.
Oh, it's Dave Dixon.
Yeah, DKS Data. You keep putting up my posts from Twitter.
Yes. Yeah, we mentioned you the other night. Thank you for calling in.
The retired police officer who has nothing to do with the sovereign citizen Freeman on the land. Karen McDonald, who's been stalking me with about 19 different accounts that he had on.
Yes.
Hello, sir.
Well, hello, Dragon. Thank you for calling in tonight and helping us with this. But we have Dave Dixon on the line, and it's a privilege to have him here because you've been doing quite a bit of digging on this as well. And I've taken note of your work, and I appreciate you calling in this evening.
Yeah, I mean, just like we started to do the work on researching into it, my wife made the call.
Well, before we get into this stuff with you, Dave, is it okay? Do you have a moment so we can run this video? Okay, and then Dragon.
Yeah, no problem.
It's in French, so that's why I asked Dragon to help us here tonight.
My wife can listen to it because she used to be an English-French teacher in England. So
okay,
I will. I'm going to move into another room so I don't feedback on the video.
All right, here we go. We're going to run this. Okay, Dragon. I'll stop and start as necessary here, and you can tell us what is being said. This is 2013. This is at what is this? DevTech 50 2013? Is that?
Yeah.
What does that translate? That's a what in English?
Well, basically, it's a think tank of researchers and so on. So what they're doing is basically having a reward for their good work and basically pushing towards other countries, basically.
Okay, yeah. So this Immune Biosolutions, a new emerging company, as far back as 2013. Now, I'm not even sure if the story about them being sold is true, because it seems like there's continuity here dating back to 2013 that extends beyond what we were told from the people at Universal Ostrich Farm. So again, I'm looking for clarity on ownership, but in any event, here it is. And this is Frederic Leduc. I think the founder of the company, actually, or at least he's the head guy.
En fait, des anticorps, ce qu'on produit à partir d'œufs de poules et d'autruches, ce sont des microdétecteurs. Donc, ça sert à de nombreux laboratoires pour quantifier, identifier ou visualiser.
Can you translate any of that?
Yeah, well, what they're doing is they're taking micro organism to micro detect basically a microorganism or molecule, or even visualize how the biological system goes.
Microscopique, toutes sortes de molécules qui permettent de faire avancer la recherche et de mieux comprendre comment le biologique fonctionne. On a plusieurs innovations.
What did he say there? Anything more?
So basically, he's quantifying also the numbers, or all the research, and what is doing. Basically, it's advancing the biologically research for the advancement of research, or else in every topics of the subject around basically the avian flu or other stuff.
Okay. Yeah, we'll try and make it as literal and as exact as we can, but here we go. More.
Notamment dans l'extraction, donc pour fabriquer les anticorps, normalement ça se fait à partir de sang d'animaux, d'organes animaux. Nous on les fabrique à partir d'œufs, mais c'était pas simple de le faire. Il a fallu inventer toute une nouvelle.
So why IgY? So what are they talking about here? Antibodies?
So yeah, to gain antibodies, what they used to do is basically take blood or organs and basically extract DNA from it. But what they're doing right now is what they have found in 2013 is a new revolutionary ways to gain this from eggs. So basically, that's what he's explaining. He's taking the extraction of the antibodies from the eggs.
Nouvelle technologie pour que ce soit abordable.
From which eggs did you say?
Poultry. I mean, it's from chicken, and basically he has said also ostriches. So he has stated both of them.
Does he say ostrich in French? Specifically ostriches?
Autriche en français. Ostriches in French.
Et plus écologique, plus éthique. Ça a commencé par une série de journées où on a amélioré notre présentation. Ce qui est exceptionnel dans DevTech 50, c'est que on est
okay, this part is just about basically how he's pushing his research and his basic of income to everyone, and basically doing pushing to this new revolutionary thing to other research-based facilities.
So this is a video where they received an award in 2013.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy's still with the company, as far as I know, but in 2013, and they're mentioning ostriches now in 2013, because we saw in the court affidavit that it appears the company was surprised in 2020 or 2021 that these eggs being provided by Universal Ostrich Farm were so unique or better, they say, than the chicken eggs that they were working on. And the farm wasn't supposed to pivot to research until 2020. But now we're seeing as far back as 2013, they were doing work with not just chicken eggs, but ostriches as well, which begs the question, where were they getting the eggs back in 2013? Was there more than one ostrich farm supplying them? Was Universal Ostrich Farm supplying them even back then? Because there's no indication from the farm owners at UOF that they were doing that. Oh, not until 2020. And then the reason I raised that is because that's when they were supposed to pivot to research. Prior to that, they were selling birds for meat, for food.
Right.
So if now maybe they were just, I don't know. Why are we seeing a reference to ostriches at all from this company in 2013? If UOF didn't get involved, well, that's what we're sort of being led to believe, I guess, until 2020. And
well, that's what I'm asking myself.
I don't know. Oh, it's just another question, but it seems a little bit odd. Are you there, Dave Dixon? Is there other guests there? He went into the other room. Maybe he hasn't come back yet. I see he's still there, but
yep.
Oh, there you are.
Yes, I am.
All right. Well, I don't know. More weirdness. That's all I can say. about that, something doesn't add up again.
Yeah, there's a lot that doesn't add up in these stories. The important thing, though, is that when you're talking about biohazards, as they've filed into court, and as the UBC professor of neurology and expert witness in multiple cases, including the Charles Hoffey case, has stated, they were experimenting with the COVID antigens, injecting them into the birds on site. By the UBC's own governing body, or they actually are part of a group that governs level 3 labs in Canada, and they identified in 2020 that anybody handling COVID antigens had to meet a minimum level 3 biolab standards. That's just to handle them, not to actually inject them into birds. That's just in vitro research. Arguably, if you move up to live animals, you may need further restrictions. So in the instance of this farm, what is bizarre is that the expert witness says they were doing this since 2020, and his company, or was it the UBC? He doesn't actually clarify. He says he tested the antigens for them in his interview with Rebel News yesterday. That means that he's now implicated the UBC, who is part of the governing body for level 3 biolabs, in an open air lab that breaks every single rule and is currently got kids with bouncy castles being lured there with candy floss. As a retired police officer and forensic investigator, this horrifies me. I mean, even if it turns out it's all lies and it's just a scam to get money, nobody can make that assumption at this point. When you've got an expert witness from the UBC stating on the record and in court, this is what they're doing, then that's what you have to treat it as. And I know if this was in the States, the CDC would have surrounded this place with hazmat suits. Everybody would have been quarantined, probably the whole village.
Yeah.
And the sanitization that would have occurred, there wouldn't have been a farm left to live on. The UK would have done the same thing as we did during BSE. You don't just play games with this stuff, especially not something that's supposed to be handled in a level 3 biolab. And with the statement that was given and posted by Rebel News yesterday by Stephen Pellick, I mean, everything now, I don't know how anybody is suggesting that people go down to that lab. We've got Viva Frey and all the other right-wing influencers are saying, you know, support them, save the ostriches, go down there. And it's like, would they be saying that if it was Wuhan? It just makes no sense.
None at all.
Who's telling them to push these stories? Because I actually gave all the research that you've seen publicly online was given to Viva before he had his last interview with Karen. Never asked a single question. I actually got his brother, Blind Advocacy, on a podcast that night to go over some of this stuff. And I've never seen a story get so much pushback that makes no cognitive sense whatsoever. And it's not, again, because of my training and my work for the last 40 plus years as a forensic investigator, even after I left the police. I can only go by what we can see written and stated, particularly on the record. And until we're proven otherwise, and I've actually written to Health Canada, CFAA, and the UBC to demand answers, particularly after that statement, as to what's the UBC's involvement in a level 3 biolab that is run as an open air entertainment. I mean, Katie in 2023 was advertising on Facebook running tours. $50 a tour at effectively what was a level 3 biolab lab, taking orders for meat, selling eggs for eating, and then Karen was doing the same in 23 and 24. Although Karen's Facebook profile has been scrubbed since this in the last few days, since a lot of this became public. She has no posts whatsoever before 2025. And again, as a trained, as a police officer and trained investigator, yeah, that's a little bit suspicious to wipe out your whole profile before this current event. Sorry if I sound out of breath. I've got a pulmonary fibrosis, which slows me down a bit sometimes.
No issues. This is like a horror movie.
It is. I mean, this is like the Andromeda strain meets Contagion at a petting zoo, and like the people that are involved in the freedom movement, shall we say, particularly the ones that have travelled from out east. Strange. There's 3 million birds have been culled in Quebec and Ontario, with not a word from the freedom movement, and yet they drive a convoy from Ontario and Quebec through the country, stopping off in Alberta, where Struthio Biolabs is registered in Calgary, for the stop off to pick up more people, and then drive to BC to protest CFIA culling birds. What about the other 14 million birds? I mean, you've asked the question. Yeah. Why this farm?
Yeah.
And why a farm with almost no effort whatsoever? Because as much as I put a lot of stuff up, I'm dealing with a lot of other things. The ongoing horrors that are going on in care homes right now that started in 2020, things that are going on with, here in Alberta, we have the highest COVID vaccination rate of under 1-year-olds in the world at nearly 76% now. So I'm dealing with literally every single day. I'm dealing with stuff, but this, just because of this COVID connection and experimenting, it was like, whoa, this just, there is something off. And then when I saw the people who were involved, particularly the expert witness, Stephen Pellick was the expert witness on the Charles Hoffey case, which I was consulted on to be an expert witness. I went through the whole file and I declined to be an expert witness on that because of what I found. But he was there, and all the usual suspects, Jessica Rose and various others. And I'm now seeing these people promoting this farm, Save the Farm. And RFK Jr., Jay Bhattacharya, they literally have departments that have the highest budget outside the military in the US. And they couldn't do a Google search to do a history check before issuing an official statement to the Canadian government.
Yeah.
I don't believe that. I do not believe that somebody of their level could actually issue a statement without, I mean, it literally, most of what I posted in the first week of this, I did while sitting in bed with my wife saying, why aren't you doing something about the ostriches? And I said, okay, I'll spend 10 minutes searching it. That's how long it took for me to find out the background of all of this stuff, what they were involved in, literally 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And we're saying that the most powerful people in the health industry and research industry, Jay Bhattacharya is in charge of NIH, which governs research for the US and is the standards that rolls out across the world that everybody follows. And he's saying, like, he's just put out a statement saying they're pulling the funding for Wuhan and they will never give them any money because there may have been a lab leak. At the same time as he's saying, save the ostriches.
Yeah.
Basically, and we're talking zoonotic viruses here. I mean, no matter what you say, it's like take a human-based, whether it's been artificially manufactured or extracted or however they got it, but taking that, which is already a virus that has supposedly moved from, I don't even know what animal it is anymore. A bat, I think, is the last theory, but came from a bat to humans. It jumped species.
Yeah.
We then take that and inject it into ostriches, and then take it from the ostriches, and we're moving this stuff all over the country, all over the world, allegedly. And it's like you just couldn't make. I mean, if this had been the backstory to 2020, COVID would have been more believable.
And when you look at the people out of the protest, these are freedom fighters who were all in on the Freedom Convoy protest to end the vaccine mandates and didn't like the masking and the mask mandate.
Yeah, they were fighting the mask mandates in 2020, and yet in 2020, this company, this farm, this biolab, was working on not just creating masks, but masks that test you. So you don't want to be tested, you don't want to wear a mask, but you just even for 5 minutes when you go into a hospital, but you're willing to fight for the right to wear a zoonotic virus infused mask for 8 hours, because that's how long it takes, according to Sakamoto, to actually show up the test. So instead of the, stick it up your nose for 30 seconds, it's now an 8-hour mask wearing, and that's what they're defending.
It's defies logic.
The contradictory is so blatant.
And we know that part of the research being done is into aerosolized or inhaled antibodies to combat
the nasal spray.
Yes, the nasal spray. And there's also I did come across research where it's like just aerosolized into the atmosphere, and then the lozenges, so you're ingesting them. And the freedom people have been, since the pandemic, worried about them tricking you into taking a vaccine orally or by inhaling it.
I mean, it literally is. This farm is ground zero for every single conspiracy nightmare the freedom movements have fought against since 2020, and they're now defending it with their lives. I mean, with all those, military drones taking crack shots at the smallest part of an ostrich. I mean, just to be clear, again, I'm a retired police officer. I've also done a lot of consulting with both justice, the security services, and the police here in Canada. We do in Canada have armed drones. We also have some new ones recently that are a little bit bigger than 3 foot. Those drones, the small drones, the quadricopters or octocopters, they really are, because they've got top and bottom rotors. They're just observational. They have no armament. The armed drones are the replacement of the Reaper drone, which is a little bit smaller than a 727. And if that had taken a shot at the ostrich, it would have taken out the whole ostrich flock and most of the farm and a little bit of the village. So it's again, there's anybody who's listening to this story. I actually described it to a professor friend in AI over in the UK this morning. I said, this story is so bizarre, you'd swear it was an AI hallucination. Like you'd swear I'd asked ChatGPT to make up a story, and this is what it comes back with. I said, because it just, to actually, the mental leaps you have to go through to accept this and fight for it. I mean, my wife runs partners in an animal rescue here, which she's been part of for 30 years. We've had 15 rescue border collies in our life. We've still got 3 of them here at the acreage. I have no time for anybody committing cruelty to animals or culling animals that don't need to die. But the reality is, these are not pets. This farm has spent most of its existence culling them for profit themselves, and now discovered that they can make more money by experimenting on them. I just don't get how you can. I mean, if the whole thing is a lie and they just made it up to try and make some money, I mean, that's a hell of a backstory to have been concocting that and doing interviews, from 2020 on, just so they could pull the trigger on it today. That's bizarre. I mean, that would be that's a bit of a mental leap to even get to that. But if it was, then this farm is not the place for those ostriches to stay. If they've never been experimented on, they've never been sick, and they aren't infected with bird flu, and they've just been dying because of poor management, then they need to be moved to somewhere else. They can't stay there because, 69 birds dying in one go, that if it wasn't a virus that killed them, then that's not good animal management. However, we've got the expert witness who literally if it's not true, if he hasn't ever tested antibodies and these eggs are not worth $48,000, unless it's Easter when you can pick them up for $25 at the farm to make an omelette. But if all that's false, then he's committed perjury. He's not just going to lose his job, he potentially can go to jail. That's an awful lot to put on the line. There's got to be a big incentive to do that. So for me, as a retired police officer, I can only take them at the worst possible risk scenario. And that is that this farm is an open air, unsecure, unauthorized level 3 biolab.
Right.
Handling, at the very least, COVID, and based on their discussions with the Japanese researcher, because they've said they've worked with more than that, definitely avian flu, Zika virus, MERS, and potentially Ebola. Now, I cannot see how they would get that here, but again, until somebody, which is not the CFAA. The CFAA are not the organization that is the equivalent of the US's CDC, because that's what should be on site right now, in hazmat suits, treating that place until they can prove otherwise, treating that place at face value because it's not something that you can say, well, no, it's probably fine because the birds haven't died, but they are dying. I'm actually in contact with a number of villages of people, residents in the village, who know the backstory and the history of the farm, which goes back to the early 90s, and has lots and lots of issues, including there's questions about who actually owns the farm, and provable questions about who owns the farm and previous businesses. But right now, for me, the priority is we have encouraged, not we, certainly not you, and certainly not I, but a lot of very, very powerful influencers all the way up to the head of NIH and the head of health in its entirety in the US have encouraged people to take their children to this uncontrolled level 3 biolab with bouncy castles and candy floss. That's not just scary. That's actually criminal. There are criminal code offences in Canada that would allow, and with our trade agreements with the US, we could actually ask for prosecutions of those politicians in the US. And to be frank with you, right now, I think prosecutions should be had. I know for a fact that the RCMP on site there haven't got a clue what's going on. Most of and probably the CFAA officers on the ground and the ones running the court file haven't got a clue what's going on. This is so far above their pay grade for what's going on. It's bizarre. And at some point, somebody's got to do something. You cannot continue because people either people are being scammed, which is bad enough, or people are currently at high risk. One of the other that isn't. And Stephen Pellick, for him to put his whole career on the line to actually make up a story so somebody can make some money on a GoFundMe, that seems to be a little bit bizarre. For him to implicate his bio company, the UBC, and his own career in that interview, where he's very clear with what he says to Dre Humphrey. He makes it without any doubt. They were injecting the birds with COVID, SARS-CoV-2 antigens, and that he was testing the antibodies in the eggs, and he was taking the eggs off site.
So I wasn't aware of that because I didn't see that interview. So he's confirmed that they were testing the eggs off site someplace, presumably at the university.
So he says he was doing it. Now he has a company that does this work, but it's also work that the University of BC would do themselves. And it's not the full interview. Dre Humphrey just posted it yesterday morning, just some clips of it. And as soon as I saw it, actually, my wife saw it in the middle of the night, and she said she waited 4 hours saying, I wish you'd just woken up earlier because I needed you to look at it. I spent the whole day going through it and checking what he'd said and putting a video together so people could understand what he was saying. And in it, he says, at no time were any of these eggs or anything else, anything from this farm sent for human consumption. Either he's willfully ignorant or I don't know, because it's all over social media, and the village themselves know very well that the meat was being sold, the eggs were being sold at Easter, the cosmetics were still being sold, the dog food, the pet food, and the oil was all being sold from that farm, all the way through as late as December 2024. It's even in the court filing that the eggs and other byproducts were being sold. Probably the most dangerous part of these animals is what they excrete. That was being sold by the load. And again, it's all over social media. And it's not just these were posts that were put up and nobody paid attention to. People in the village were buying this stuff on a regular basis. And I know that speaking to the people in the village or the town, they're concerned. There have been carrion birds that have been found dead at the local school ground. Now, they've been tested for bird flu, and it wasn't bird flu. But again, these ostriches have been given a lot of other stuff. The 69 birds, one of the other things that the CFAA has got an issue with is not that they weren't reported, they weren't really disposed of properly.
That was the other question. Where did they go?
They're on the farm.
Buried?
Buried, some buried and some burnt. Because they've got no farm equipment, no heavy equipment, to move like bales of food, and that, I don't even know how they're feeding the ostriches with the amount they've got and not having any heavy equipment. But somebody did help out with a backhoe and didn't know anything that was going on. I also do know, but I'm not willing to say because it would be, it would put somebody at risk. It wasn't an anonymous call to the CFIA. Karen knows who it was. And they basically, the birds, the 69 or so, have been buried, struck, burnt at the property before the CFAA was notified. It was only when I think the last two died that they got the call and they've come out. And again, CFAA is now in the standard operating procedure protocol mode. They're probably scratching their heads wondering why there's such a big fuss about this. They've culled 14 million birds, which again, everybody's got different opinions on that. I mean, the way that happens is horrifying. But the reality is they haven't targeted this farm. They are literally just following standard protocol, and they're scratching their heads wondering why there is such a big fight to stop them. And the excuses don't make any sense. But their only focus is on avian flu, nothing else. They will not look at the history of the farm. They will not look at the research side of it because it's just not their area. They, you know, even if they swore into court, as they have, we've been an experimental farm since 2020. CFAA says it doesn't matter. They tested positive for avian flu. We have to destroy them. The history is not relevant to the CFAA unless they can prove, you know, through Bruce Church's work, who sadly died in September 2019, the Alberta professor who worked in Rocky Mountain Ostrich, which was where these birds were originally imported into with the Balinskis. And they, when that went sideways, they moved those birds. That's why they've got birds that are 34 years old. The old birds at the farm were originally the ones that were being genetically crossbred by Dr. Bob Church. And Karen and her husband were actually running the quarantine facility for the Balinskis. That's how they got connected. And then when things went sideways, they actually created this new company, and Omega first, and now Universal Ostrich has the birds that originated through Columbia and Rocky Mountain Ostrich. And again, this is all public record stuff. It's not, you know, it's not, I haven't got some secret source. I've got some information from the local villagers about the likes of the burying of the birds, but the important stuff of where the birds came from, the history, the background, the farm's background, the fact that they have stated under oath, and the expert witnesses stated under oath and in recent interviews that they were injecting them with COVID antigens, and that they were taking the eggs off property to test them for COVID antibodies. And as you pointed out tonight in there, you know, by sometime in 2021 or possibly earlier, it doesn't give an exact date, but they switched, because it was so lucrative, they switched their whole focus to experimentation. Well, that means they were injecting all the birds, but then Karen said the 6 that were sold, they hadn't been injected. Well, that was way after they'd stated in their court documents they'd already changed their complete business model to only experimentation and antibodies.
She also said in the interview with me, Karen, that they injected all the hens. And today when I spoke to Taryn at that other farm in White Rock or whatever. Yeah.
There are far too many Karens in the story. My wife's Karen as well.
So this is Taryn, actually.
Okay.
At the Mountain Man dog sled / farm place. They bought the 6 birds, and she said, I asked her, were you aware that they were conducting these experiments? And she said, yes. So they were aware, and they took these birds. And then she said she said it was a business opportunity for them. And what does that mean? Business opportunity to do what? Because they didn't sell them for meat. I didn't get an answer, and I can't talk about the other half of the interview because I got her to give me some information, but I said we can go off the record at that point. So that's as much as I can say.
I mean, when you look at into court and the value of the eggs, if that was sold as a business opportunity to someone, I could see why they'd want to be part of that. I mean, $93,000 a bird and $48,000 an egg. But the reality is, I would assume, again, because of my in the UK as a police officer back in the 80s and 90s with the Cold War going on, we were trained quite highly and participated in training for what would happen if World War III kicked off. And that's nuclear, biological, or chemical. So we have to be pretty up to speed on biosecurity and responses and what would actually happen. So when I hear all this stuff, it's like, I don't understand how anybody would say that these eggs from a research perspective would be valuable to anyone if they've been injected with more than one virus, or even come into contact naturally with one having been injected with another, the bodies, these ostriches are producing multiple antibodies.
Yeah.
And from a research perspective, to actually harvest them, you now have a soup of antibodies, which would basically corrupts the experiment,
Yeah.
but also corrupts the results. So I wouldn't say, I mean, I don't know how Stephen Pellick has come to the conclusion. I mean, he's obviously spoke to people I haven't, but I can't rationalize animals because, and I think you've said it in one of your podcasts, that typically in this type of experimentation, and particularly when we're talking about a level 3 biohazard, any animals that are part of the lab experiments, once that part of the experiment is finished, they're destroyed. And not a single animal, in fact, not even a specimen from an animal, would be unknown in its location and its chain of custody. You literally, every single, if an egg was created from if the ostrich laid an egg, that egg would be tagged the instant it was laid. It would be tagged back to the original bird, cross-connected to the actual rooster that was involved. The full history would be there. That egg, its movement, and the extraction of any items from that egg would again be tracked fully. So at any point in time, anybody who came in to actually inspect the facility would be able to say, what is the history of that sample? And blood, antibodies, the egg, the albumin, anything.
Yeah.
They would actually have to have. And yet, as you keep asking and I've been asking, they as late as 2023, there's the video of Karen saying that there were 500 birds on site in 2020 and 2021. They were saying 500 birds. We thought in the count there was 6 less because they'd been moved to another farm. But now we know from your discussion, we know they were back. I mean, I don't know whether they were still alive when they were back or not, but at the end of the day, there are 6 more birds back to account for. 69 plus, there were a few. If you actually look in one of the statements, they said they lost a few birds every winter because ostriches are not really native to cold, icy places, and they slip and die on the ice. Now, I haven't done an investigation actually here in Canada for a horse that died in the winter and froze to death overnight. And I worked on the prosecution of the farmers on that because it was an absolutely horrific death for an animal to go through. They actually sort of nonchalantly talk about how the ostriches, every winter, they lose a few, 2, 3, 4, whatever. And this year they lost 3. Where they slipped on their ice, snapped their tendons, and froze to death. I don't know why the SPCA hasn't come in for that alone.
Yeah.
So we've got, say, 3 lost with that, 69, plus the 2. I can tell you as a forensics officer, a fully trained forensics officer, the pictures that Drea Humphrey put up, that ostrich was not shot.
Yes. Yeah.
Absolutely. 100%. And when those wounds occurred on that ostrich was already dead. The pool of blood that's alongside the ostrich, that was from a dead bird that was mutilated post-death. There's, no drones, no snipers from the woods. I don't know about the first one from April. I've not seen any pictures of that. But the one Drea Humphrey posted, which is unpleasant to see. But yeah, I've worked on not so much birds, but the human body, and I have been to locations where animals have been have died while died through wounds, and we would have seen a lot more blood in a lot bigger. That's a very big bird with quite a large heart. It just, and as I say, the wound is not indicative of a shot from any distance whatsoever. It just, we would see a completely different pattern. So we know for a fact that there is misinformation coming out of the farm. But there's also, for me, there's enough worrying information that the proper authorities, including the RTMP, I mean, I can say as a retired police officer, I am very disappointed that the RCMP are allowing the coming and going, even if the farm is only suspected of having highly infectious, unique avian flu that is known to pass to humans. There have been cases, and the farm owners themselves say they have been tested for antibodies, which they have got from mixing with the birds. Yep. Now, the human body doesn't transfer antibodies from another. We don't even transfer antibodies, I mean, other than through the natural process of birth. Antibodies do not pass from one person to another. Antigens do. And the human body then creates its own antibodies. As you said earlier, if you actually took a zoonotic antibody and put it into a human, that would make that human very, very, very ill. But apparently, you know, Katie has said, and there's a picture of her hugging a child, you know, just after she said, the whole family, she did it, the interview in the Western Standard, said the whole family have tested for H5N1 antibodies, which they acquired by mixing with the birds. So we've got a highly infectious strain, which they had a 13-year-old there who was put into ICU having contracted the virus. They're saying they got it from the birds post-infection. So what is the likelihood that the rest of the people that are on that site may have been exposed and may currently be carriers of H5N1? It just, and they're coming and going, right, and crazy.
It's insane.
And also, can I inject something here?
Yeah.
How much chances, sir, I don't know your name, but how much of these chances you can have that it can mutate from there? The virus can mutate.
That's the concern.
So that's the whole process of a zoonotic virus. And the chances of a mutation, typically mutations through natural selection in a highly infectious viruses, they usually mutate down and get less and less deadly as they mutate, but they can become more infectious and they can mutate. When you're talking about cross-species mutation, that's when we get SARS, MERS, COVID, which is just SARS-CoV-2, and even like human-based, like OC43, 229E, HK67, which are some of the other naturally occurring common cold coronaviruses that we had before COVID. They are constantly mutating, which is why there has never been a cure for the common cold, or as it's known in the research world, coronaviruses. Adenoviruses and some other viruses are also fall into the common cold category, but it's borderline impossible to make a cure for the common cold because of this fast mutation process. But when you're actually now deliberately, I mean, you could argue under the definition of gain of function, deliberately taking a human virus and injecting it into an animal to then be extracted to expose humans to would be gain of function. Yep. Something that the US is trying to shut everybody down for. And in fact, you know, they're calling for Fauci to go to jail because of the funding by NIH of gain of function research in Wuhan, including the coronavirus. And yet we've got the new head of NIH who's defending not even a level 3 biolab. I mean, at least Wuhan shut the doors occasionally. This thing is as far from biolab protocols as you can possibly get. I mean, like Drea Humphrey, when she left the farm, the requirement from if they have had a building set up and everything else, the requirement before she left the farm would be that anything she had on her would have to be incinerated or chemical showers. She herself would have to go through a chemical shower. The CDC standard for chemical showers, ironically, is Lysol. It's a very, very much more concentrated version of it than you can buy and put it under your sink. But it is just Lysol. And that's how they actually go through the decontamination. But that's if you're actually wearing all the proper hazmat gear. And you've got reverse air, basically similar to what the hospitals do with MRSA, but at a higher level, where you're stopping any of the air inside that building and inside each one of the CL1, CL2, and CL3 compartmentalized rooms. As you move from one to the other, you have to go through an air exchange and a decontamination process so you don't transfer anything out on your shoes or on your gloves or whatever. And then when you come out, that suit is destroyed. And then you can put on your working clothes. I'm seeing in these videos, the kids up next to the ostriches, the family are coming in and going inside that pen on a constant basis. So even if it was just H5N1 and we're talking highly infectious, potentially life impacting, as the 13-year-old can attest when she came to the farm, I don't know why anybody's there. But when you then throw in the history of the farm and the statements they've made into court and the UBC professor has made, I don't know why the RCMP and Health Canada are letting anybody within 20 miles of that farm.
It's just blowing my mind. I have never come across anything like this before.
Yeah, no, and what's most mind blowing about it, and I've done a lot of work. In fact, I've done a lot of briefings because on top of my forensic work, my primary specialists or specialties since I moved to Canada after I was injured on duty as a police officer are privacy and compliance. So I go back and look at what's happening, and part of that sort of falls into how AI works, data mining, social engineering through social media. I monitor the social media platforms. I was called as an expert witness to brief people on the Cambridge Analytica case with Christopher Wiley out of BC. Oh, yeah. Of all places. So I understand how social media has morphed over the years from being a marketing enterprise trying to find customers to actually what's called micro-targeting. Even Obama talked about this with his campaign in 2008, and that's what Christopher Wiley's been involved in. Same with the Trump campaign, Brexit. And others since then. Micro-targeting is what social media now relies on for its money, is basically nudging people, the micro-push, perception without awareness, and various other buzzwords. I've published a few sort of general public orientated articles on what it means and how it works. To actually change people's perception and change people's behavior modification being something that the Alberta government and BC and Saskatchewan government employ a company out of Calgary called 19 to 0, whose primary focus is working with conservative social influencers to actually change people's minds in pushing their original purpose when they started up was for the COVID vaccines. And if you go onto their website, 19to0.ca, it actually explains how they did it and how they boast about using right-wing social influencers to change people's minds and nudge them into a different way of thinking to ramp up the COVID vaccination program. That same sort of process could be used to convince people to, again, to do things that they're not really so comfortable about. And that's the only thing I can think of to explain, outside of this just being one big con and a setup. But for people generally, the pushback I'm seeing on social media of no matter how many facts you present somebody with, no matter how much of their own information you show people, they are defending, they're defending this farm with with all the vim and vigor of somebody driving alone in a car wearing a mask. It literally is, and it's like you made fun of these people. You made fun of these people for years. You went on a convoy to Ottawa to make fun of these people, and the reality is, you are bought into the same. You are now fighting for everything you fought against.
Yeah.
And I just, as I say, I can understand the psychology if that's what's happened. Or is it people just don't bother doing the research? As I say, you found yourself, it's really not that hard to find enough, not to find the level of information that we found and the analysis of it, but to find enough information to say, hang on a minute, I've got some questions. And yet nothing. Absolutely. I mean, there's been, it's almost like the current scenario of the silence of what's going on in Russia. It's like, how is the world so willfully ignorant in the information age where everybody holds in their hand more information than any human has ever had access to in the whole of their life at the touch of a button? Can people be so willfully ignorant? Yeah, that one still gets me. And what's going on at the farm is just sort of takes that at a whole new level, to actually be defending. And they come up with almost what they think are rational arguments. Oh no, but this is as you keep saying, Katie keeps saying, and Karen keeps saying, it's natural. There's nothing natural about what they're doing.
It's 180 degrees opposite.
Yeah. And there is, as you've seen, there is a direct connection from the Forbes articles between Sakamoto, these ostrich-infused masks, which Karen actually boasts about, and the World Economic Forum. Again, for the freedom movement, those three letters just, create hysteria and anger like no other three letters in the world.
Yeah.
And yet, they try and explain it away. Oh no, but they're not doing that. And you get, like, as you played the other day, Jim Kerr saying they were never injected, so that's the end of it. And then Karen, as only a week earlier said, no, I injected them. It's like, how can people be watching that and not go, well, Jim, obviously you're wrong, because, we don't even have to, this isn't one of those things where you've got to go find some evidence and say, yes, but I found this, so I don't think you're telling the truth. All you have to do to be worried is take the farm's word for it.
Yeah.
In what they've actually published.
Right. Yeah,
That's
there
true.
it is. There's the article on the World Economic Forum, published January 4th, 2022. These smart face masks can tell you whether you have COVID-19. And then they go through and they talk about Dr. Tsukamoto's work.
And in the 2021 article where Karen says she injected the birds with in Peak and a few other papers that published it, but Karen herself says, I injected the birds with dead COVID-19 virus. There is no such thing. It's an RNA virus. It's not alive or dead. So that term, which seems to be people have grabbed onto, is there is SARS-CoV-2 antigen spike proteins. It's not live. It's not dead. So it's a nonsense statement. But below that, she actually gives the exact same statement that Tsukamoto has given in his research of 99.9% of people, there was 99.9% efficacy if the antibodies were infused in a mask. And that's exactly what Tsukamoto's doing. And, the Studio Bio, which Karen, Tsukamoto is supposed to be involved in that as one of the partners in Calgary. I don't know why. Well, actually, I can guess why. Why is our premier here in Alberta not asking questions? We have a biomedical company that is involved in level 3 biolab experiments. Was any of that material shipped over the border here into Alberta? Were any birds sold here in Alberta? These are questions I've asked the UBC and said, why isn't everybody asking these questions? I know the CFAA has to have a focus purely and simply on these birds. And the reality is, I don't want these birds to be culled immediately, even if that's a requirement and that's the end result. I would like to know the history of these birds, where they've been, where they've moved, what they've been injected with, what their current status is in relation to the stuff prior to this avian flu, and even the avian flu strain they've got, because apparently it is unique in the area, not just in the area, unique almost in the world. How did we just happen to get 500 ducks flew onto a property where there's no large body of water near the ostriches in the middle of winter, in December, late December, which is not the normal migration time for ducks? Again, it's like the mental leaps you have to take, and they just happen to have this unique strain that hasn't occurred on any other farms in the area, even though they have migrated right the way through BC and into, I'm assuming, the US. No one else has seen them, seen this particular strain, but Karen and Tsukamoto and Pelech are all talking about multiple viruses, and one of the viruses that Tsukamoto has been working with, H5N1 and ostriches for more than a decade. It was one of the earlier viruses that he was experimenting with in Japan on his own farm of 500 ostriches. So he must already have some unique zoonotic samples that could have been injected. But again, I don't know how. Karen says they didn't get anything from him. They got them from the Canadian government. So there's another question that I've asked is, what's the Canadian government's involvement in this? Why are they being so silent? Why is Theresa Tam not coming out and making a statement for Public Health Canada or Health Canada? We have a situation of this isn't a virus that is not known to ever have been infected humans. I think it was 1997 we had the last H5N1 declared pandemic by the World Health Organization. So it's not the first time we've had a large-scale panic about bird flu and people. So why is Health Canada not asking questions about this open-air farm? I mean, for me, I hope nobody gets sick. I hope that everything goes well. I would like to think these animals, lived a nice, long, comfortable life. But based on the information that's currently being provided by people like Stephen Pelech from the UBC, I don't see how this ends positive for these animals, and I don't know how it can end positive for the owners of the farm. And I actually worry about the implications of the people who are at the farm. I mean, not just, even if they don't get sick, there's going to have to be follow-up, contact tracing and everything else. Where did they go? This 13-year-old, they say she didn't have any contact with a farm before she got H1N1, and there were no animals sick. but did she have access? Did she bump into somebody who was on a tour of this particular farm? I mean, these are all questions that people should be asking, because they were running $50 tours, bring your camera, or pre-orders for meat in 2023. Buy eggs at $25. Get our cosmetics. All during a time when the farm had said they were 100% doing nothing other than experimenting on these birds.
Yeah,
that is literally a work nightmare scenario.
And work with
she's
the
live
US
there right now.
because they see the potential and the Canadian government doesn't, then that would be exactly the option that we would want to take. So we've told Dr. Oz, start the paperwork. Let's see what resistance you're met with. Let's see if it's a possibility. So it was misinformation.
The big bad farm refused.
Yeah, I know.
Awful.
So awful.
I'm really glad to hear that you're open to it. You're like, the important thing is we got to save them. Where are you at now? How are the authorities treating you? Do the people that come to your farm, some of the authorities feel stupid? Like, do you get the sense that they want to do this? Do they see the absurdity, or are they like, no, they got to go?
They do. They do see the absurdity. They really do. It's
so do I.
You can't
now.
And we can't.
We have
2 RCMP officers that maintain the whole area of Nakasp, but then we couldn't get anybody to come down here and do an investigation. But a few days later, we ended up with 4 of them here just to check on, see how many people are here and how we're doing, if our emotions were okay, and and so we called them out on that and asked, how can you deploy so much energy to come here to check on us for this? But we still have an ostrich that was killed in the middle of the night, and we have no investigation that has been thoroughly done. So they're nice. But it gives us a good opportunity to ask some hard questions. I do know at the end of the day, they're here to do a job, and they're only going to do their job. They're not going to do anything else. They're going to make sure that there's a peaceful, resistance, or the resistance is maintained peacefully, and that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency can follow through with their job. And
that's good. I hope that they don't follow orders. Haven't we learned enough about that some orders are not meant to be followed?
Yeah.
They're so ludicrous. And yes, I'm sorry, I did see this footage of an ostrich that was killed, but I didn't know what that was, if it was real, or so. To your mind, what happened? A drone took it out for real?
We don't know. That's speculation at this point. But it seems a little coincidental that there was a drone up in the air, a very large drone, and then which resulted by, in the morning, there was a bird right in the middle of the field, entry wound by its ear, down its neck, and an exit wound. So it kind of went side hand in hand. I don't know. It's speculation. We'll just there's an investigation pending, but not really. I don't know.
I know.
I don't know.
Kind of
We'll see. Yeah.
It's so amazing to see these beautiful animals behind you. This is like a staggering thing. Everybody I talk to about this, people I work with, they're like, there's an ostrich farm in BC. They have no idea. So now so many people know. And so now, what are some final words, or what message would you like to get out to people at this point in what's going on now?
This is ground zero for change for the world, and we need to harness that. We need to harness the momentum, harness the big voices that have spoke up in supporting. There's a lot of people who are still learning. I was one of them at the very beginning of this, that this is a way bigger issue than just saving our research here. But our agricultural sector is under attack by the very organizations that our taxpayer dollars pay for. We need to protect our farmers, protect our food. There's a hierarchy in which they listen to, and the Canadian Food Inspection Agency listens to the World Animal Health Organization, which is guided by the World Health Organization, which is guided by the United Nations. And we have an opportunity here to stand up and protect something just like the COVID-19 scenario, which we all don't want to go back to. And we're headed for the next pandemic, the pandemic that they've already been voicing. And we need to bring education and awareness to the matter. And we're doing that here. We're just taking a stand. We're getting international support, showing that borders are not That's not what divides us. We need to all come together on this. We're getting calls from all around the world from farmers that are scared about the tyranny and the overreach of an organization like this. The stamping out policies, what's led us here, that's where we need to make the changes. And we just keep meeting amazing people along the way that I think can help us all get there, just like yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. And you too. You're just so beautiful inside and out. So, so thank you for all you're doing.
Thank you.
This is an amazing thing that we have in BC.
Yeah.
We don't want to see these animals destroyed. And little old me, I'll come take anyone down.
Sounds good. I'll join you. But and you can go to saveourostriches.com, universalostrichfarms.com, and you can just get a lot of the updated information. You can meet some of the birds on there. We have a little write-up, and then also
all their bios.
And their bios, yeah, their bios. Hopefully they won't be in orange jumpsuits soon. They're going to be ostriches in orange jumpsuits soon. But yeah, but thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. Here's Shadow.
It's been a pleasure.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Now we go back to Shadow. So thank you, Katie. That was wonderful. Yeah, Katie, she's a superstar.
Yeah, she's become a real pro doing all of these interviews in the past couple of months. I'll tell you, she's passionate about it, and she's one of the most genuine people I've met in quite some time. So I'm happy that you took the time to talk to us tonight, Anita. I think that's very cool.
I'm so happy that you set that up with the ostriches in the background. So now, Shadow, I've got a few questions for you.
Yes. Okay.
So on the just to finish off with the ostriches, what have you seen happen? Like she was explaining that the authorities are kind of nice and they find this absurd what's going on here. To sum up your experience at the farm, what are some of your thoughts before we move on?
Well, you know what, this place, the people here, especially this past weekend, where more and more people tend to come out on weekends because they're not working and they've got the time to come out. They're very dedicated to this cause.
Okay, enough of that. You wonderful people. We love everybody. I love you guys, by the way. Dave, what do you think?
Just if nobody takes anything else from that whole speech with Shadow Davis, who's good friends with Premier Smith here, he's the one statement she says of the pandemic of COVID-19, and we never want to go there again.
Yeah.
That's like the head researcher at Wuhan coming out and making that statement. I mean, her whole business model in 2020, right, her and Dave Belinsky and other people involved, their whole business model for the last 5.5 years has been on what she now calls the pandemic. Now, I have information that shows that the government lied to us, and they're still lying to us about the data. I analysed the data, and they've been messing with the numbers all along, and there are concerns. But for basically what would be the equivalent of the head researcher at Wuhan's lab to come out and say, the pandemic, and we never want to go there again, it's almost comical to actually hear her now playing the role of almost, I don't believe in COVID. I don't believe in viruses. Yeah. I just want natural. And she talks about in the Western Standard, natural immunity, and people just get better themselves. And it's like, aren't you talking yourself out of a job?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're saying that we don't need any treatments, then we don't need the masks. We don't need the testing masks. We don't need the global masks. We don't need the nasal sprays. We don't need any of that. If your statement in the Western Standard is true, and your other statements of everything's natural and it's like nothing you're doing is natural, and your business model is on a much smaller scale at this point, but no different than Big Pharma. And in fact, actually, I would argue, although the testing was very much not at a level that would normally be expected for vaccines, at least they had published some papers. At least they did keep record. They didn't lose any of their participants in the trials. They didn't have enough, and the studies weren't very well run. But compared to this farm, they were doing an amazing job, because this farm can't even keep track of how many birds they've got. And they're transferring them all over the place while they're basically experimenting on them. And again, as I say, the protocols are quite clear. In the Canadian Biosafety Handbook, there's protocols there for masks. There's protocols there for bio-level safety at all levels from 1 to 4. And we only have one BL4 lab in Canada that I'm aware of. I mean, there probably are a few I'm not aware of, but we only have one that I'm aware of. We have a few BL3s, UBC, and if you go to, all you have to do is search for Level 3 Biolab Canada, and there's actually an organization that tracks, monitors, and the UBC is part of the governance body. So Stephen Pelleck's home university is part of the organization that determined and got Health Canada to set that any COVID spike proteins that were used for research had to be handled at a minimum level 3 biosafety. And the universities that, even where they had level 3 protocols and buildings already in place, had to be specially certified to handle the COVID virus, particularly in the first 2 years, just because they said it was novel, so they had to do that. I mean, they're protocols. Whether you agree with it or not, whether you think the government is lying or not, they were the rules. They were the rules everybody was expected to follow. This farm has not followed any of them, and their expert witness is part of a university that set those rules. Crazy.
It is, and you'd think that the birds would be tagged so they can track them, but when Shadow Davis got there today, they walked up to the fence, and he said, "Well, what are their names?" and Katie started to try to name the birds and got through about 3. I think she was just making names up. And then she said, "Well, you have to talk to my mom, because when she comes out, she takes about 3 minutes and she can name all of them." I thought, yeah, who can name all 400 ostriches?
Well, it was 500, and back in Rocky Mountain, when she was running the quarantine facility, there were 1,100. They don't do that. And again, once they become research animals, the researchers can give them pet names, not as in being a pet, but just sort of a nickname. But they would all have, there is a very strict protocol on tracking, and it's more than just putting a tag in the ear of an animal. With non-high pathogen, where they don't need the biosecurity, where they can be outside because it's not human transmissible or whatever. There are some of those experiments going on. They and the genetic breeding type of experiments, they don't, have to isolate them, but they're still contained. They don't mix with other animals. They don't mix with people without full controls. Anything that happens to an animal is tracked, and everything that comes in and out of the animal is also documented. As I say, you don't sell the excrement from lab animals to the local into the local food chain. Right. And again, even if they said, well, actually, we didn't pull any of our animals for the meat, even though we put it on social media. Did anything leave the farm? Well, we know the eggs left the farm because Stephen Pelleck said it. We're pretty sure that people in the local area bought the bird excrement to put on their flower gardens and potentially their food gardens for growing the carrots and potatoes. What are the implications of that? I don't know. I do know that zoonotic virus is something that is a scary word, and certainly in the last 5 years should have been one of the most scary words, particularly in 2020. Zoonotic virus transferring from an animal to human is a scary thing. To then actually transfer that back into an ostrich, to then take out of the ostrich and put in a mask, a nasal spray, and oils, and God knows what else. But then also those same birds to directly put into the food chain not just locally, but because they're selling them on social media, and they had websites, feeding them to other animals. And with that, as Dragon was asking, do they mutate? Yeah, just going from person to person, they mutate. If you create another species in between, the mutations are unknown. That's why they're research animals. And again, there's from the UN agreements, there are very, very strict requirements around animal experimentation. And it's not typically, the qualifications and the transition from farmers who had no problem culling the birds and selling their meat for just about everything. And then the next day they're running what would be the equivalent of a level 3 biolab. The training and certification and equipment and setup, they'd have been working on that for the last 5 years and still wouldn't be there. And yet, they say in court documents, sworn court documents, so if they're not telling the truth there, they've committed perjury. And that is a whole other thing. But you can't afford to assume they were lying in the court documents. You can't afford to assume they were 69 birds dropped dead. So something killed them. And based on the numbers and the missing birds, and these are breeding birds, so I'm assuming the 500 wouldn't have stayed at 500 if they had kept every single bird. I'm assuming that if all the birds had survived and none were removed and none were culled and none were sold to other farms, I would assume that 500 would have gone up, not down. And yet here we are I've now heard numbers as low as in the 380s. And from all the video I've seen, that doesn't look like nearly 400 birds. Are they all hiding off camera? Are they shy? I'd like a head count of how many birds are actually there, because it doesn't look like from any of the videos that there's nearly 400 birds there. So what is the real count? Where are the bodies? Or where have they been sold to? Have they been shipped off to other farms outside of the Swankies farm? I don't know, but I think everybody should know, and anybody who's promoting that farm should be fact-checking that before they send anybody there. And yet, nobody is. Other than you, Babylon Beaver, who's Canuck Law, the Alberta Housewives, and a few others, there's almost nobody who's actually asking questions. Everybody's just following the narrative that is being fed to them. Even mainstream media has done zero background on something that literally takes a 10-minute Google search.
Dave, as a former police officer,
Yep.
what do you think that is going to happen? Like, do you think at some point there will be an additional investigation from RCMP or Health Canada or provincial police or something? Like, does BC BC just has RCMP, right? Yeah, just RCMP.
Yeah. I actually in the mid 2010s, just around 2007 to 2013, I worked on the largest police project in Canada as one of the subject matter experts, and I actually rolled out the new system for policing. So I worked with everybody from CSIS to the Sûreté to the RCMP, everyone. So I'm intimately involved in how these things should happen here in Canada. But having watched what has happened in the last 5 years, I have no hope whatsoever that anybody's going to do anything. I literally, I have watched the police, of what I would consider my ex-colleagues, with a willful blindness to do anything, and just bowing to political pressure at levels that just blow my mind. I don't have a lot of hope that somebody will do the right thing. I know what should happen. Like right now, with the information that is available, Health Canada with the RCMP and potentially others should have that farm locked down. There should be no one in or out. Everybody should be quarantined, and they should be tracking and tracing everything. They should be finding every single body. And they, the farm says they want the birds testing. Yeah, they should be doing that. They shouldn't just be destroying what is effectively evidence.
Yeah, at this point, yeah. That's what makes them unique.
And it's, I mean, they are, I would say genetically they are unique, but not for the reason that would make them an exemption. It would actually make them a requirement to actually, sadly, and it is very sadly, to be destroyed, but not at some local landfill. I mean, the council should not be saying, yes, we'll take these in a local landfill. There are protocols for dealing with these. And if that proper investigation happened, and we found that these birds were of no risk to anyone whatsoever, then then they should be moved to a safe environment where they can be properly looked after for the rest of their natural lives. Because I'm not seeing a location that is a safe environment. Too many birds have died. They're being exploited, both from a research perspective and now as a media circus. And a lot of people, and you can argue that the farmers have got wrapped up in that, in the media and whatever circus that's going on. But that doesn't change the reality of what should actually be happening. And I can't take on board Katie and Karen and Dave when he comes out occasionally, saying, oh, these birds, we love them, we take care of them, we want them to survive. When 5 years ago, and for most of the last 5 years, they've been selling and processing their body parts. Like these are not, you know what, pets, if anybody comes near my pets to do them harm, things are going to go very wrong for the person who wants to harm my pets. I am certainly not processing one of my dogs for some face cream like that. That just, I'm sorry, these are farmers who have spent the majority of their career going back all the way to Colombia and Rocky Mountain ostrich back in the 90s. All they have done is process these animals as commodities to make them money. They are not pets. And to pretend now in this media circus that they're anything but that is ridiculous. And in their court documents, they don't say they're my pets. They say they are literally, their only focus in stopping the culling in their court documents is purely monetary. It's not for the health and safety. It's not to keep these animals alive. And the insane idea of taking lab animals and transferring, of all the places Dr. Oz is in Florida. Yeah, let's take them across the border and across a continent.
Yeah.
And I mean, the first question is, what are the tariffs for transferring lab animals across the border right now? I mean, it's just insane. It's just absolutely. And I'm pretty sure every single animal farmer in the US, if they heard these lab animals that have been injected with God knows what, were being transported past their farms, yeah, they wouldn't get very far. They certainly wouldn't get past Montana and Texas. Because none of those farmers are going to want to risk their livelihood.
That's
with
why
lab animals.
That's why I said I'm in favor of sending them to Florida. Let Dr. Oz have them. Basically, call the guy's bluff. Like it solves our problem. Get them out of here. Let him have them. He doesn't want those birds.
I don't know what anybody's going to do. I mean, there are bird sanctuaries, but again, I can't see unless unless they've been lying in court. And as I say, it's one thing for just regular farmers to worry about their livelihood and think, you know what, I'm just going to twist the truth a little bit because I don't want to go, I don't want to lose my livelihood and everything else. And it happens, and they will, push the line even in court if they think they might get away with it. But something like Dr. Pellick, like with what he's filed into court and what he said, and I suggest I've got to put down a bit of the relevant pieces on my Twitter feed pinned right now, but and the links there for Drea Humphrey's original video. I suggest going and having a look at it, because that to me is game over. That is an end game that he's made, because either he said something that ends his career and potentially has the university investigated, or we actually have a situation where what in the hell is anybody doing anywhere near that farm? Because if what he's saying is true, then he's saying that that farm that he's been working with and transporting biological material from to some lab, either at the university or I don't know where it is where the Connexus or Connecticut, whatever the business name is. I don't know where that's located and whether they have lab facilities or whether he's using it out of the university or what. I don't know. But being in BC, I suspect he's most likely, because they have two campuses, UBC, he's probably using one of those campuses if he is transporting eggs. Does the dean of the university, does the dean of the biosafety labs understand what's been going on? I don't know. And if they are involved, they need to be held account, because they're not following the protocols that they themselves set in place. And they were set in place for a very good reason, because if this was Zika or HIV or Ebola or anything else, the world would expect them to follow those protocols to the letter. Now, just because this is a virus that is contentious with, what it actually is, and there's lots of different opinions on it, the reality is it's been identified and categorized to be handled in a certain way by his university. And he's working with a farm, and their lawyer was working with the farmer. I'm assuming he's been on site, who's also the lawyer for Hoffy as well, which Pellick was the expert witness on. It's a very small club involved in an awful lot of these stories, which I've been tracking since day one. I don't just keep track of what the government does. Investigations are just part and parcel of what I do. So yeah, there's a lot of questions to be answered, but right now I think the priority should be finding out the reality and getting past the media hype, getting past the everything else, and making sure, as much as I could say, you know what, the adults have their own choice of being there, but are they informed? Informed consent is something I am very, very invested in. Again, recognized internationally as an expert in informed consent through privacy, sexual offences and other things. But I don't think the people at that farm, the innocent bystanders who are going there and helping out, understand. And the kids definitely don't, have no clue what is going on there. They've just been told there's bouncy castles and candy floss, let's all go. They need to be protected, and the only way to protect them is to have the proper authorities come in and hold Katie and Dave and everybody else to their word. Yeah, let's test the animals, but understand it's not for what you think, what you're asking for. It's actually for the safety of everyone. And it means that quarantine protocols will have to be put in place. If they think the guys in the paper suits, which is what I call them, that's what we call them in the police, those paper suits are for, handling dirty things. They are not the handling, and the M95s. Yeah, that's not how you come into quarantine a level 4 biolab. The protocols are very, very different.
Is this the
but
interview?
The reality is,
yeah.
I mean, you know they're desperate.
Is this the interview with Trey Humphrey and David Pellick?
I've just had to pull up the screen because I've got you on my phone and I've got my tablet next to me.
Okay.
Just trying to keep the track. I think she had it.
I'll run a little bit of you. You'll be able to hear it.
Who keep
She talks about being in her
strong,
pajamas.
and for this particular coverage, that is at SaveTheOstriches.com as well.
They say Universal Ostrich Farm has not substantiated their claims of scientific research. CFIA has not received any evidence of scientific research being done at the infected premises. And I note they're saying only at a specific premises.
Yes. They've couched that very, very carefully. First of all, they know because in my expert reports, I actually provided them with the testing results from the summer.
So this is David Pellick from the University of British Columbia?
Yep.
Of 2024 with our epitope mapping of the different antibody response to the different proteins in the virus from these birds. So but that wasn't done on site.
Right.
So that's why the way they've couched those words, technically, they haven't lied. But in fact, they're giving a misrepresentation. But I think what they were referring to more specifically was in order to have an exemption from being culled in the first place, there was that little gap. The farm, the United Ostrich Farm, was supposed to provide information records that they had some genetic information on these birds. Mm-hmm. But the thing is, the farm started like almost 30 years ago. So those kind of records are not easy to come by because the original researchers that had that, and they were involved in this with UBC at the time, but that whole program has been shut down. And once the programs are shut down, the records are destroyed because
Is that true? I
no.
doubt it.
Nobody's
the retention is much longer than that.
Yeah.
going to continue that work. So they weren't able to provide the documentation in that respect, which the CFIA was looking for. But in terms of the COVID-19 research that was ongoing, it's clear that they were doing work, with the I think it was university in Japan, where they have a collaborator, and they had work for even business plans for creating this new company that was, already work underway where they've been injecting these birds with the SARS-CoV-2 virus spike protein. So I don't know where they can get this kind of statement. Clearly, these birds are being used for research. They're not selling them, for consumption.
At least they're acknowledging that now. I think this is the first time I've heard those kinds of words out of any of the mouths of any of the influencers or people out there.
Yep, Pellick's saying it, and Trey Humphreys is allowing it to be said. But I don't know. I don't think she understands the implications of what he just said. The reality is, he says they were research birds. They were injected with the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein, and they were not being used for human consumption. They are not. That is not the reality. They were selling the eggs, the meat, the oil, everything. And they were all the way down to the crab. And yes, they've admitted they were, but the reason that they're actually doing this is they've spun this story but they're valuable research birds and they can help us stop another pandemic. And it's like, really? So again, you're saying that you were okay. Let's go back to 2020. When nobody could leave their house. Was would anybody in BC or anybody in the freedom movement have been happy to know that somebody was shipping this spike protein out to a farm in BC so they could make glowing masks for the World Economic Forum and nasal sprays, and they had full free movement to do this, and then not long after that, they were shipping these birds across the province, and they were. It's like I don't understand how did we even get the spike protein? Like, as I said, this is Dr. Stephen Pellick. Oh, actually, technically, he calls himself doctor, but then on the UBC website, he's listed as a professor. But Dr. Stephen Pellick from the UBC Neurology Department, a listed expert witness in multiple cases, and an expert witness in this case, has stated out loud that they were injecting these birds with the COVID spike protein. This is not from the mouth of Karen, who might misinterpret what she's saying. This was their expert witness, who understands, works in the university that governs these things, exactly what he's saying, and then also says they were not being used. They were not being sold because they can't. I mean, what I don't understand is how he can be missing the point of what his first statement, the implications of that are, what that farm would have to look like, and just the transportation of an egg, what that would be. Imagine if there had been a colossal outbreak, and I don't know, I haven't actually gone back and looked at the case and death numbers attributed to COVID at that time in that area. Like taking the path, because I'm assuming it was transported in the back of his car or by UPS or something, these eggs, path to the university. Were there any outbreaks? Again, I have a different opinion just because of the way the stats track as to what the how deadly and how many deaths were attributed to COVID. That's irrelevant in this case. We have a university professor who says he was taking, or they were sending off-site, and he was doing the testing, and it was connected to UBC. Like, those things just horrify me, that he can actually calmly say that and know exactly what the farm looks like at the moment. It just baffles my mind that he can be quite happy that they were playing with highly pathogenic viruses, and he himself was as well, moving them backwards and forwards freely from a completely uncontrolled facility that would have to, by his own university's definition, be run at full level 3 biolab protocols. And the fact that, that nobody can account for where all, I mean, forget about the eggs and how many of them were sold from the farm for Easter and people ate as omelettes. They can't even account for the birds. And as I say, so you can, to me, I almost got to the point of saying, I don't care what the farm's saying anymore. I don't care about anything. I don't care what Rebel News says anymore. Just his words alone should have triggered an emergency response from Public Health Canada.
Let's let a little
Just
more
his
of
words alone.
this rule here.
I think it's so concerning that a federal agency is using such manipulative wording on such a high profile issue, where you'll have people, and I know this for a fact, because even people who are sympathetic to them are reaching out to me saying, hey, are they making up all of this research stuff? Because they read that in black and white. And I should add, I've interviewed Katie Pasitny, the daughter of co-owner of the farm, and she grew up with the birds. You know who she is. And another thing that came to mind when I saw them saying, oh, they haven't, produced anything, is I remember that when they were told, hey, we're going to cull these animals, one of the things that, according to Katie, they said is, hey, where are you storing the COVID-19 antibodies? And the farmers understandably don't really want to answer that when you're running through everything. And then they said to them, well, just to
if you're hiding something,
let you know, when we do the cull, everything is ours, basically. We have access to everything inside of your home, and we can take anything that we feel is in suspicion to this. So that's what came to mind.
I don't really have a problem with it at this point, to be quite honest. Take it.
No, so I mean, basically what Katie has said to Drea is we have the biological material in our house.
Yeah.
Now, is it sitting next to the coffee creamer? It's just I mean, when they bring out some pop for the or somebody says who's at the the campfire tonight, and somebody says can I get a drink, and they bring out the wrong bottle.
I've got a little bottle of Black Plague.
Antibodies?
Black Plague here in my bedroom on the on top of my dresser. I just keep it there. Like,
and it's like after the hysteria of the last 5 years, to listen to two people. I mean, you can say Drea Humphrey hasn't got a clue. She's a reporter. She's young. She doesn't understand. After the last 5 years of hysteria, I don't know how you can calmly talk about, we've got it in the farm, in the house, but we're not telling anybody. And again, so some people would say, but that's the thing, you see, if the CFAA was heard about it, they would be, storming the farm. No, they wouldn't. It's not their area. They don't care what they say. All they care about is their protocol. They are currently dealing with an H5N1 outbreak on the farm. And they have a protocol, and they literally are wearing blinders. It's just how government departments work. They do not want to know anything else, because all anything else means is paperwork. They are literally, we're doing this, and that's all we're doing. What I don't understand is why no other agency has got involved. And I suspect it's because they don't know either. They're not watching Shadow Davis's podcast or Rebel News. And nobody else is talking about it. They don't watch the and BBC's not reporting it. CBC's not reporting it. Rebel News is sort of, for the first time in that interview, off. And I don't think they did it deliberately. I think that Drea Humphrey just woke up in the middle of the night and went, I've got an interview. I'll post that without actually checking with anyone. And somebody's now because I notice it's not a pinned post anymore.
Yeah, and this is putting the poultry industry, other farmers at risk. I'm just looking it up, and since 2022, in British Columbia, they've called 8.7 million birds. That
was just to April.
Yeah, and that's 54 different poultry farms operations affected. And this
actually,
sorry, go ahead.
259 poultry farms in total, and 8.7 million. There's 1.5 million. I'm just going from the top of my head. I haven't got a screen in front of me. So I think it's what 1.5 and 1.2 in Quebec, and there's 259 farms. Nobody cares about any of them. I mean, they're saying we care about them, but the reality is, because their argument is 100% related to research, the way precedent is set for agencies and court cases, and we live in a country that falls under common law, not the sovereign citizen common law, which they hijack the terminology. It's case law. So if there is an exemption created for this farm, which takes it outside of the current legislation, supported by a judge, it wouldn't save another farm at all. It wouldn't save a single farm from a culling, because the basis of this is not related to the farming industry. It's related to the research industry. So the argument they're making of they're going to save farming and they're going to stop the CFAA culling, if these birds are saved, based on the argument they've used, it won't save a single bird in this country unless it's another research farm.
No, that's a valid argument. Let's listen to a little more.
to me is, well, they're not giving us these stored antibodies.
Yeah, well, the other thing too to bear in mind is that we questioned right from the time that the court, injunction to prevent the culling on February 1st, we requested the ability to test these birds.
Yeah.
And that was completely denied. We even tried to have a motion go forward in the courts to allow me to test these birds. And again, in the pretrial for that motion, the judge, Judge Zinn, who ultimately presided over the case in April, basically he said there's no point. And the rationale behind it was that, yes, we accept, and I think even the experts that were in cross-examination for this case, they all agreed that the birds probably have an immune response and they don't have the virus anymore and they don't actually pose a threat. But that's irrelevant because the whole case hinged around what was known at the time they made the call decision. And the CFAA policy is that if any bird is even suspected, never mind confirmed with a test of having influenza, they can go in and call the entire herd of any birds that bird would have been in contact with. So, but the policy that they apply at the CFIA is that if you have an H5 or an H7 test, these are, again, the hemagglutinin protein on the surface of the virus with, two separate strains that have been linked with high pathogenicity avian influenza virus. If they have a positive PCR test, then that's sufficient. And so this is why, like 41 minutes after they got the results, they immediately issued the call order. But the problem is, the test that they're using, the PCR test, first of all, the PCR test can be very accurate, and they can distinguish amongst various strains. So used properly, the PCR test is actually a very good test. But when you do it at cycle threshold numbers, we call these thermal cycles. The reason why the test is so powerful is because with each thermal cycle, you double the amount of genetic material, so you can increase the amount to a point where it's detectable. So they're using, and we don't know the exact number, but we know it's over 36 cycles. So imagine, like, to give you a sense, this is like hundreds of trillions of times of the amount of original genetic material that was there in the sample to begin with these amplifications. And the problem is, once you start going to that level of amplifications, you have about a 90% plus false positive rate. So that means, 10% of the time maybe it's accurate, but 90% of the time there was no virus there. Because every time you do the thermal cycle, you're actually, the enzymes that are being used to increase the amount of genetic material, they make errors, they make mistakes, and then those mistakes get amplified.
And you talked about the policy, which of course was the focus of the ruling, where Justice Zinn is basically saying this is the policy, and the policy is derived from the World Health Organization.
This
stamping out policy, we have these foreign...
No, it's not. It's from the World Organization of Animal Health, which is a completely different organization, actually. But any comments there, David?
Yeah, so there's a couple of logical fallacies in Pellick's argument there. One is he's arguing that they don't know that they had bird flu because they overcycled the PCR test. Okay, well then, that if you're saying they don't have bird flu, then they're not valuable research animals because they didn't get better. They died of something else then, if that's your argument. But the family also says they tested positive for H5N1, which they got by being around the birds. So the suggestion on that is the birds did have H5N1. So which is it? I mean, you can't hold those two conflicting items in your head. And the Stamping Out policy is, as much as it seems to be a horrible thing to do, this idea of, I mean, they've got 400, or had at the time 400 or 500 or 300, who knows. But whatever amount of animals they wanted testing with PCR tests, anyway, they wanted those animals tested. Again, if you were arguing that that should be the new policy of CFIA, that they come in and test every single animal. So there was a farm up the road where the farmer had his livestock culled. He had 60,000 chickens and 9,000 turkeys. Has anybody any idea how long that would take? Now we expand that across to 14 million birds. You know, you want to bankrupt a country? Just put in a policy where you have to test every single animal to stamp it out. It's not a practical. You know what? I don't know what the real answer is, but the reality is, if you ask most farmers, they're sad about losing their animals. They know that the compensation isn't as much as the animals are worth, but they also don't want to sit there and watch their animals suffer and die. And they understand it is the only option that is practical at this point in time. There is no other way of trying to intercept dying animals that have highly pathogenic viruses. I mean, he said himself there that what they had was either H5 or H7 is a highly pathogenic. The H5 is known to be transmissible to humans. So he's making an argument for the CFIA and then saying, oh yeah, but the PCR test is not good enough because they overcycled it. Yes, that is the case, and it's not a good test. But if you're arguing that they don't have, if you're trying to argue that and say, well, they don't even know they had bird flu, well, then what's the basis of them being kept because they've got valuable antibodies in them? If they didn't have it, you don't have an argument for them to be kept because they have valuable antibodies. Now you're just arguing that they are genuine farm creatures, except you don't have genuine farm creatures. We're now just talking about you operating an unlawful biolab without proper biosafety restrictions. Yeah. And it's got nothing to do with the animals anymore. So which is it? I mean, like, again, for a university professor who's been involved in this for more than 6 months, to go on an interview and not have thought through these things, that's bizarre. Like, I'm just thinking of these things off the top of my head as we talk. It's not, this is not rocket science. Anybody who's, you know, he's very good at being able to pull up some very specific technical information about these viruses and the implications, but he's just completely sidestepping basic biosecurity requirements that his university have set in place. And as I say, he's trying to argue, well, they're not sick because they haven't proven they're sick, but they were sick because they've got these valuable antibodies, so we have to keep them. You can't argue, you know for a fact that they all got sick, and then argue they were never sick because you've never proved it. You can't hold both of those arguments. Like, a judge is just going to, I mean, if that's what he said in court, because all we've got is the submitted statements, not the oral arguments in court. Yeah. If he said that in court, no wonder the judge laughed him out of the court. Because it's just like nobody who's got the ability to string 2 or 3 thoughts together at the same time can listen to what he's saying there and go, yeah, he makes sense.
He doesn't. Let's listen to a little more.
Globalists, oligarch-run entities that are having so much influence to the point that the CFIA can walk onto any farm, not just by an anonymous tip, as it was in this case, but suspicion, and walk in and take these overcycled PCR tests on dead carcasses and determine that the healthy flock must die. It is so shocking.
One of the other things that came out in the press release recently from the CFIA is that they're concerned that that if they don't call these birds, that they're going to affect the trade of animal, and this is ridiculous because, first of all, the World Organization for Animal Health does not require that you have to call the birds in order to get disease-free status. If you do, and it used to be 3 months, but for some reason with the more pathogenic virus, now they change it to 28 days. So I don't understand how that works, but that's what they do. So if you don't have an outbreak within 28 days in a zone, then you have disease-free status. If you do not do anything, you let the virus burn out, so to speak, then you have to wait a year before you can get that disease-free status. Now, that's the guidelines from the World Organization for Animal Health. The CFAA has their own policy. So they basically have eradicated any outbreak, and I think the last I calculated, there was somewhere over 537 outbreaks in the last few years of avian influenza, where they've gone in and they've just wiped out the entire herd at the first signs of an infection.
And almost half of that's British Columbia.
That farm, the United Ostrich Farm, is in its own zone. So what
makes me wonder why half of them are in British Columbia when we have a facility like that sitting there. But am I a conspiracy theorist?
It's two-thirds, not half. It's 8.7 million out of 14 million. And again, what he's done now is he's flipped the narrative to only talk about H5N1. He starts with the research and the COVID, and these birds are in their own zone, so they haven't moved, but forgets to talk about the fact that he's been transporting eggs to his university or some other lab, which is definitely not in the same zone. Again, he's taking these, but from somebody who's not paying attention and is just listening to the narrative, I can see how they can miss the step.
And we've got so 2/3 of the bird flu outbreaks have been in British Columbia, and we have missing birds, and we know that they have been transported as far away as 300 kilometers in some cases, because we have a farm for sure that bought 6. So where are these other birds, and what were they doing with these birds that were a business opportunity for these other farms? Is this the only farm that was engaged in this research? Were these birds being sold to other farms for food production, breeding, or research, or what?
And bear in mind that their focus is on the goal is the antigens, the soup of zoonotic antigens in the ostrich eggs themselves, and they've gone God knows where, because they've been sold for Easter, for kids to paint, for families to make omelets out of. So I mean, you've got the sort of the research aspect of it going God knows where. We know at least 300 kilometers and then another 300 kilometers return trip, and then we've got all of the eggs and how many birds been buried God knows where, and a bunch of missing birds, and then what are the implications? How have they processed the meat? I know, speaking to people in the village, that the local store was selling the meat well past 2020 that it was getting from the farm, from the ostriches. And again, you look at that timeline, as you pointed out from the I've been trying to drip feed people with, because there's a lot of information in those court files, but you picked up the one of the ones that sort of contradicts a lot of what Katie and Karen have been saying, where they tried to say the animals that went to the Swankies farm had not been injected, and yet clearly there in their sworn court documents they said they had switched their whole focus to just, and as Karen said on when she was talking to you, they injected all the hens, and the Swankies got at least some. I don't know what the exact breakdown was, but I know they got a number of hens. So again, we've got definitely the transportation of zoonotically experimented birds and material from those birds going all over the province and potentially out of the province for the last 5.5 years, injected with, at the very least, COVID. And Bin Pellick, infers that the COVID experimentation was going on as late as 2024. I think that's a misinterpretation in the way he's presented it in that interview. I think he's talking about he gave the information to the courts in 2024 as opposed to that's when he was doing the testing. But I don't know. I mean, I know they were doing the testing back in 2020, but maybe he wasn't involved in that testing that early. But certainly UBC's been involved in these birds with the Rocky Mountain ostrich, and the University of Alberta must have been involved in them as well, because the co-owner of Rocky Mountain Ostrich, Dr. Bob Church, is actually the genetic crossbreeding expert, or was till he died in September 2019, in Canada. One of the world experts in genetically crossbreeding animals, and I don't know what else he does to them to get the more superior breed. But that was what Rocky Mountain Ostrich was about, was doing DNA matching and crossbreeding to create the perfect ostrich, to actually create these antibodies for various viruses. And those birds, which I don't know what happened to them in their original part of their life, but they're the primary stock for the birds that are currently on Universal Ostrich. So again, I would have expected, if Church was involved in that, and the UBC and the U of A were involved in that, there should be some records of those birds going back to the 90s in their history of what happened to them and everything else, because, typically when they're doing that sort of research, they need to write papers about it and publish their results with all the data. Otherwise, they're just farmers. And, not to discredit farmers, they do a very valuable job. But from a research perspective, they're just farmers. If you're not keeping track of the birds, you're just farmers. And if you're experimenting with stuff, well, now you're committing serious criminal offenses.
Okay, a little more from the interview.
Goes on in that zone does not affect the animal trade and the disease-free status in any of the other zones in BC or in Canada. So I want to clarify that. So back to your original question.
Well, let's stop now, because
Okay.
I just want to make sure people are following along, because that's really important what you said. So basically what you're saying is, yes, part of it comes from the World Health Organization's guidelines, but it seems like the CFIA is superseding that.
That's right.
Destroying all these flocks. And now in this, as we've already discussed, misleading statement they put out, pointing the finger at the WHO.
That's right.
And saying they're making us do it.
Yeah, in the court, on the one hand, they're saying that, well, we don't have to follow the guidelines of the World Organization for Animal Health. We have our own guidelines that we update.
When it comes to
But then on the other hand, they're
killing them.
blaming why they have to do this to the World Organization for Animal Health. Yeah.
Evil.
Okay, now I can watch Pop the Balloon. I feel better.
All right. Well,
I almost want to go onto YouTube and find out what Pop the Balloon is, but I'm not a millennial, so I'm not going to.
I don't know, David. It's still kind of a mystery, and a mystery to me in that I don't understand why we don't have the authorities down there right now conducting an investigation, locking the place down. Why people are continuing to support this. And I don't understand, other than maybe monetary motivation, why these social media influencers are down there promoting this protecting the farm and encouraging more and more people to come out to protest and jump on the bouncy castles?
Well, a lot of them are given scripts. As I say, there's a firm out here in Alberta that has actually created significant connections and boast about it, and they've just got another contract from the Alberta government to continue their work in shaping the narrative of stories, particularly in relation to health. They've also just
is this the 19 to 0 company you mentioned?
Yeah,
yeah.
Who have now also expanded out into private healthcare, just as the Alberta government has effectively stolen $13 billion worth of land assets from Alberta Health Services. They, in April, they decided to transfer the titles on just over $13.5 billion worth of land, which is all the hospitals, the care homes and everything, from Alberta Health Services, which is a separate Canadian registered charity, which has those assets on the books as owned by them. They just decided the infrastructure minister just went into the government-controlled registry system and changed the name on the title from Alberta Health Services to Alberta Infrastructure. And the government, Danielle Smith, has made it clear she intends to hand out a lot of them very newly renovated properties for $0 leases to, in some cases, private healthcare organizations and surgical organizations, which is part of a separate huge lawsuit that's going on with Alberta Health Services ex-CEO. So there are a lot of incentives, some significant money incentives. I actually contacted the infrastructure minister on this. And the answer I got back was a bit of a joke. There is a legal way to do this, but they haven't gone down that route. And it seems like there's a lot of money flowing, particularly here in Alberta, where Strutio Bio is located, into manipulating the narrative, particularly for right-wing social media influencers. I'm not saying that is happening. I just know that certainly is the purpose of 19 to 0 and the contracts they have with the government. And as I say, they boast about how they got Kenny and Stephen Harper and people and all the social influencers around them to actually move the needle and make Alberta one of the highest vaccine uptake places in the world. Free Alberta, that so much freedom fighters were from here pushing back, and there was no mandates, and yet we have the highest uptake, and we still do to this day because of that social media influencing. And I see a pattern that seems to correlate to what's going on at this ostrich farm, where those same people who've been not exactly free-flowing with the whole truth are doing something very similar. And because this goes beyond just sloppy journalism. As I say, this ostrich story is one of the easiest to expose the facts on anywhere. So, it's you cannot be. There's a strange. There's a like there's Occam's razor. There's actually a law called Fred Clark's law that says there's a point in time at which negligence can only be malicious because you can't be that negligent without it being malicious. And for all of these groups to have not done even the most basic, and as I say, when you then go up to RSK and Jay Bhattacharya, to not have done any with their resources and their expectations before making a public statement, to have not exposed, and I mean, somebody's just posted online, 84 court appearances, 3 mortgage defaults, August 24 foreclosure, stock market 20 million scammed. They do not own the property. This is a huge BS scam. I'm just reading from Res Dane, who's just posted some court documents from British Columbia relating to the property. So again, beyond, all the worries of the biolab level 4, it looks like they may not even own the property. And that then has implications to expose who the real owners are. And is there any insurance on the property? I'm pretty sure if they haven't told their insurance company they're running a level 3 biolab, they won't have any insurance. Because insurance are picky about that sort of thing and disclosure.
Yes.
Yeah. I worry that somebody's going to get sick at the farm, and we're going to have hysteria like we had during COVID. And, maybe the public health response will be to assume things rather than actually check facts. Yeah. And then we'll have, people put on ventilators rather than going through proper medical checks to see what they've got. There's all sorts of nightmare scenarios that could trigger out of this. Or the whole thing could just be a financial scam and, people are out of some money and eventually their story will die down. I can't see that though. This is not like the convoy out in Ottawa where after 3 weeks, everybody just got back in their trucks and left and said, oh, we won. I mean, at the end of the day, when they leave that farm, those animals are going to be culled. They are going to be destroyed. There isn't I cannot see a positive outcome. And when you've got people who become emotionally invested, and the fact that they've all got names and they've all been got photographs with them, it makes it real hard for these people to walk away and fail to save them. When the reality is they're not saving them from the government. They're dealing with the results of what has actually happened on the farm based on the words of the farm's own expert witness. I don't know, and I suppose an even more frightening concept would be that the government acknowledges what they did and just goes, oh, well. And then we suddenly give free range to everybody. It's a bit like, the kids ordering CRISPR kits off the internet and injecting themselves with modified DNA. But yes, that is a real thing. CRISPR's been around a long time. But that's really where we're at. I mean, if you allow this to continue based on what has been filed into court and the statements of the expert witness, then what you're saying is we don't need bio-level BL3 and BL2 and BL4 labs anymore. Yep. Anybody can set up their own hobby lab and experiment with whatever they want. And if animals die, animals die. And you just ignore the authorities and we just, chaos will ensue. And if we think the panic over the last pandemic was anything to go by. Imagine if we got something that was really deadly and like Ebola got out and was passing from farm to farm, and that exploded because we don't care about biosecurity anymore. Because that's what the farm's asking people to do, is say, yep. We're a research lab and we should be allowed to do whatever we want, and these animals should stay and continue to be experimented on. I mean, the freedom movement is because the farm's not said we're changing our business model now and we've turned into a rescue organization and we're going to, these ostriches are now retired and we're going to just fund them and look after them for the rest of their lives. No, their intent is to use these animals for ongoing research. Injecting them with God knows what next, and taking the eggs from them. These hens, that we're laying eggs for people to eat for omelets, they're now still going to have their eggs taken from them and their babies taken from them, and various animals will have to be removed, for whatever reason to do further experimentation, and more birds will die. That's what this farm is fighting for, is an uncontrolled ongoing experimentation, and the freedom movement is fully behind them. which makes no sense. And if the Canadian government allows that, then I'm afraid we are lost as a society, because that is a world that we won't have to worry about living in it very long, because that's going to go horribly wrong.
Well,
if that
you know,
becomes our norm.
I think that the protesters do not let this crisis goes to waste. Basically, that's what I think.
Absolutely.
Well, you've really laid it out and shown what's really at stake here tonight, David. It is that serious. I've been on the same page as you with that. There's so many layers. It's a very complex issue. But yeah, this just encompasses sovereignty, the authority of government, the ability then of government agencies to respond to emergencies. And if the CFIA doesn't prevail here, order disintegrates. It becomes every farmer for themselves. It's the CFIA is neutered, can't respond to emergencies anymore. And then we're really defenseless in the face of the next pandemic even.
Well, it's not just the next pandemic, it's everything. It's everything. Now what you've got is the sovereign citizen's wet dream. But what people don't understand about the sovereign citizen movement is they have been for decades in every country that has them. The freemen on the land, typically they're called up here in Canada, sovereign citizens in the UK and the US. And as a police officer, we get training on how to deal with them. They are classified by the security services as domestic terrorists. They're obviously not domestic terrorists in the whole. A lot of them, I call them schemers, dreamers, and true believers. You have people that use it as a grift, a way to, with the ideal titles and everything. You have the people who have this as a wonderful, oh, it sounds like a good idea. I'll get on board with that. And then they realize that it's a nonsense. And then you have the true believers who literally will go and blow up pipelines, kidnap judges and kidnap police officers to get their own way. And you can't come on my land. And when we devolve into that level of society, what happens is then who's in charge? Because if I can say, as the sovereigns say, which is what this form's really looking for, is the terminology that went around during COVID of I do not contract, and I'm capital letters and birth certificates and all that stuff. But it was like, you're not allowed on my property. It's my property. I'm not letting you come in. Okay, well then, when you go to the next place, somebody says that to you. Who's the one who's in charge? Somebody says, well, actually, I think that's my property, so I am coming in. And the authorities just stand back and say, well, it's nothing to do with us anymore. You're all running your own lives. And then we devolve into a society that is more similar to Salem and the witch trials, and people pointing fingers at each other saying, he's a witch, she's a witch, than a normal civilized society. That's the logical end to that idea that it really isn't a happy medium when you actually. The reality is the human race, as much as I do not, I mean, I was a police officer, I've worked for the government. I think the government in very many ways is dysfunctional. It's very overbloated and it has a lot of things that it needs to fix. However, societies don't work well when they don't have somebody in control. If somebody isn't in charge and there aren't rules for everybody to follow and somebody to actually implement those rules, society collapses really, really fast into a very unpleasant situation. And I be careful what you wish for. If they do succeed, if they succeed in the argument they presented, that is a scary world to be in. And I don't see them presenting any other argument particularly after this Stephen Pellick interview. And again, these are the words of somebody who's literally now in that interview put his career on the line when you attach that to the statements he's made in court. He's basically inferring that the UBC has been involved in unsanctioned and non-conforming level 3 biolab experiments in an open air farm and the transportation of hazardous material without licenses. I'm pretty sure he doesn't have a license to, because again, these eggs would be considered hazardous material. They would need the proper transportation, the ostriches that went to the Swankies farm and came back from the Swankies farm, that's hazardous material. Yeah. Everything that comes out of that ostrich and comes off that ostrich, including the feathers, would be considered hazardous material. That would have to be decontaminated. And there is, if you go to the Canadian Biosafety Handbook, second edition, I think, is up there right now. It outlines very clearly what the decontamination processes are for hazardous material and for the transportation of it and for the securing of it. And COVID spike proteins, as of 2020 and to this day, as of right now, are considered a level 3 biolab biosecurity protocol. And I don't see anything like that happening. All I see is a farm that in the background is selling Easter eggs and meat and cosmetics, and in the foreground is saying, we're a research facility, save our ostriches. Those two things don't match. And so we have to take the only reasonable approach to take is to assume that what Stephen Pellick said in that interview is true. And I've got a question of what in the hell has the Canadian government and the BC government been doing for the last 6 months? And why were the courts not fully informed of what was actually happening? But again, everybody's focusing on, the judge is focusing on it, the CFPA is focusing on it, the mainstream media is focusing on it. It's just about this outbreak of avian flu, but nothing else. But their basis for the argument of keeping the birds alive is they've been running a research lab since 2020, which certainly for the majority of that has been focused primarily on COVID spike proteins and antigens, stroke antigens. People said to me, why don't you go down to the farm and speak to them? I wouldn't be caught within 100 miles of that farm.
Yeah. Stay away. That's pretty clear to me.
That's all the advice that, as a retired police officer, my only advice and my plea to the RCMP in the area is go onto your computer and pull up Google and do a bit of research, and then ask yourself the question: what would you do if you just got notified that the Chinese had opened a lab in the area? Would you go, oh, that's fine? They have. I mean, I'm sorry, but the right to protest doesn't apply to high security facilities. You don't get to protest. Here in Alberta, we've got the Critical Infrastructure Act. They have something similar in BC, but we're way beyond even those things. We're talking about a high-risk facility that currently has zero biosecurity steps in place, and hasn't for over 5 years. We're talking like we're 5.5 years now from when this all started in 2020. I don't know what date they actually, there's not really a clear date, but it's definitely they were injecting these birds with COVID-19 spike protein, which they allegedly got from Quebec. So maybe if you blame dragons, it always comes from Quebec. And they got it from the Canadian government. They say they were working with the Kyoto University in Sakamoto, but did material come from him? Did it come from the UBC?
Well, they indicated that it was coming from that lab in Quebec.
That's the
that true?
That was the COVID spike protein.
That's right.
But they've inferred they've been working with other viruses, and we've currently got these birds infected with a unique genetic strain, I mean, I struggle to process that as the most likely cause of that was a flock of 500 ducks that just happened to land and then not infect any other farm. That I find hard to process. You know, again, Occam's razor. What's more likely at an uncontrolled biolab that was working with an organization that has been experimenting with H5N1 for decades is that this unique variant came from a flock of ducks that never infected any other bird, despite 8.7 million birds being infected with avian flu in the area, or it started at the farm. I don't know. Somebody should answer that question. But the bigger question is, what in the hell else have they been exposed to, and what have they got in the house? Because Drea Humphrey, you know, seemed to infer there they've still got something in the fridge.
Yeah.
And we've got kids wandering around that farm. I don't know. If I was running the RCMP detachments out there, I'd have a couple of TAC teams with full hazmat gear, and that place would be turned off. And I'd be making some pretty high-level phone calls, and I wouldn't let any of my officers anywhere near the place. And I wouldn't. All the roads would be blocked, and everything would be locked down, tight as a drum. And I certainly wouldn't be wandering around and have people like Jim Kerr saying, "And we're not going to let the police officer come in with his gun." Yeah, that police officer, if he'd have followed what Jim Kerr was stating, that police officer wouldn't have had a job by the time he got back to the station. Yeah, you don't surrender your firearm to anybody. Certainly not a bunch of freedom fighters at some ostrich farm. I mean, I hope somebody does something. I hope somebody secures that facility and makes sure everybody's safe. Particularly the children that are on site and the villagers, the 500 odd villages that are there that don't deserve any of this. And I hope we actually get the truth and not the continued skewed narrative from all these strangely manipulative influencers and the mainstream media.
I have to say, I'm actually disgusted by what I've seen in that regard. As a long-time journalist, worked at CTV, long time, radio, print. I've been around. I've never seen anything like this. I'm appalled. I'm disgusted by what I've seen with these other influencers. Sorry, not sorry. No, this is irresponsible. What's going on?
Yep, it's true. I've told both Viva and his brother that tonight, directly, and I haven't got a response from them. I don't expect one. I suspect there'll be a bit of panicking in the background, maybe some reorganizing, but I suspect they will continue on with this narrative and adjust when they're told to adjust, because there is no way on this earth that you can ignore the reality of the information that is out there and allow this continue in good faith, to actually mislead people. And there are people, we're in a society where people are struggling, to feed the kids. People are struggling to survive day to day because of the economy. And yet because they're so concerned about the heartstrings being pulled with these poor ostriches, some people are given, their last few dollars and sending them by e-payments and Give, Send, Go and GoFundMe. And like you, I've tracked well over the course of $1 million just in those that are visible. I suspect there's a lot more. And then what else is going on in the background? What were the financial incentives? How much money is back down? Because up until these Give, Send, Go and other donation programs that happened recently, how did this farm operate with 500 ostriches and a family and a severely disabled? I think Karen's husband became disabled while the farm was an experimental farm. So right in the middle of this, and I think it was 2022 or 2023, it became severely disabled. I mean, that's a hard thing to deal with, and to be able to also manage 500 animals if you weren't bringing an income in and you weren't selling product, which we know they were, but I don't think that would have been enough to keep this farm afloat. Where was all the money coming from before these donations? How have they survived for the last, up until the court case and the CFAA turning up? How have they survived managing to keep the birds fed and their family fed and everything else? Were they just scrimping by and keeping the birds starved, or were they looking after them well? I have no idea, but I don't know how they've managed to survive, particularly through COVID, when everybody was shut down and places were finding it hard to survive, and they seem to have thrived, except for a lot of the ostriches who died. And now they've got money coming in, but they've got all these court expenses, and lawyers don't come cheap, especially freedom lawyers for some reason. The ones I know, both of the lawyers that are involved in this case, and they are very well connected to multiple people in the freedom movement. This is not their first rodeo.
Why am I not surprised?
Yeah, as you say, it's not just the social influencers. There is, and ironically, the two social influencers that I've talked to you about are both lawyers. So they check both boxes. And that's just a fact. It's not an ad hominem attack. It's not a dig at them. It's just, you know what? You have all the facts. Why are you not asking more questions? Why are you not coming forward? Both as professionals, as lawyers, and as professionals with, as social media influencers. Why are you not? And particularly, some of the ones who've had Katie on for interviews. I mean, you asked the good questions. You asked the reasonable questions, and the answers you gave were terrifying. And now, again, you can make excuses. You can try and make excuses other than the official sworn statements, which the lawyers would have gone through for the court cases. For things, comments they might say, and they might like saying dead COVID. She doesn't understand. But Stephen Pellick, you're an expert who has been recognised by the court as an expert in this field. You should know better. And the social influencers who have no doubt spoken to him, like Drea Humphrey has, should be asking, like if I was Drea Humphrey, I'd be saying to Rebel, what in the hell were you doing sending me there? Yeah. And yet she's boasting about it.
I was just going to say, if I were a news director at any, newsroom in the country, I would never send a reporter to a place like that.
Dan Dix has just come back from there, and it's like, are you completely, he took himself. I wouldn't have gone, but anybody who sends one of their employees, there's a significant risk of not doing your due diligence before you send your reporter.
Yeah.
Because if that reporter gets sick in any way, shape, or form, that's going to pinch with that news agency.
Yeah.
But that goes the same for the RCMP. Like the RCMP is an agency, and even the CFAA, the hierarchy above the agents on the ground. Somebody somewhere in Health Canada knows about this virus, these antigens being shipped off to locations, because there's a whole page dedicated to it on Health Canada website, the program they set up at the beginning to actually kickstart, and similar things were going on all over the world. Elon Musk got tons of money to make ventilators because car manufacturers are really good at making ventilators. Same as Dyson, because vacuum cleaner manufacturers, ventilators is just an easy thing for that. It's like money was flowing in every direction. And somebody in Health Canada decided to ship off these viruses, but before they did so, they classified them to be handled in a very certain way. And a company in Quebec who'd been working with them and had multiple grants before decided to take on one of those grants for $13 million, and appears to have set up a relationship with a farm out in BC. I don't know why they didn't set one up with a farm in Quebec. Maybe there's no ostriches out there. But they set it up, and the UBC seems to have been involved. The U of A was involved, certainly up to that point. I don't know whether they carried on after that. But we've got some big players who should know better, that have information that seems to have been lost down the back of the couch. And I do not know how, there's almost an irony that this story is about ostriches, when the euphemism of ostriches is they bury their head in the sand.
Yeah.
And that seems to be what the whole world is doing right now. It's burying its head in the sand.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
In the face of overwhelming facts.
Well, gentlemen, it's very late. We've gone, I don't know, 7, 8, 9, 10, for over 4 hours, and I'm so grateful, David, for you joining us on the program. How can people find your social media pages and your work? How can they find you?
I'm DKS Data, Delta Kilo Sierra, Delta Alpha Tango Alpha on Twitter. My main web page is dksdata.com, and there's a section on COVID-19 from there. I'm David Karen Dixon on Facebook. I'm David Dixon with a DICKSON on LinkedIn. If they look at the bottom of your Twitter feed, there's a few posts from me on there, so they can pick me up from there. And I've been doing a lot of work on a lot of things over the last 5.5 years. I put my primary career on hold, particularly for what was going on in care homes. That continues. In fact, I'm meeting with the Chief Operating Officer of Capital Care next week. I just had somebody arrested and charged with break and enter and 3 counts of fraud in a care home who was abusing a resident. I'm working with EPS on that. So I've been busy. The ostrich was a bit of a distraction for me, but it was an important one because the implications are, I avoided the story for a very, very, very long time. I didn't even look at it because I knew there was something off, just didn't want to be involved. And then my wife finally, a few weeks ago, just poked me once too much and said, you need to do something, because she wanted to save the birds. She, like everybody else, wanted to save the birds.
Yeah.
And I had a quick look and I went, seriously? Yes, she's not quite. I mean, she doesn't want the birds killed, but she wants some answers now. And as I say, it took 10 minutes. And I'm sure you found the same, Rick.
Yeah.
This isn't a story that was hard to get to the bottom of, to get to a point where it's scary. I suspect there's a lot more behind this that will be even more scary. But there's certainly enough right now for somebody to get involved. And if you want to follow me for this and other things, quite welcome. Just be aware, I've had a lot of trolls and I have very little patience. If somebody comes on any of my social media accounts and just wants to be abusive or anything else, I have zero tolerance. I will block you, and then you can go tell everybody I blocked you. That's fine. I don't care. Social media is just an information platform for me, where I store information so people can see it. Take it or leave it. But one thing everybody should do is not assume that I'm telling the truth. Make sure they check their own. As Ronald Reagan once said, trust but verify.
Right.
Whatever you do, don't believe anyone. Everything that's been said in these last 4 hours is easily verifiable by anyone with an internet connection. So, yeah, use this as a baseline to actually go out and search and find the truth. But for God's sake, go out and find the truth and check all. And if you're not sure, contact the relevant authority. Contact your own MP. Ask some questions, because sitting back and listening to talking heads on social media, which both you and I are right now, if that's the only place you're going to go, then you're never going to get to the whole truth and be comfortable with it. Get out there and ask questions. Don't assume that anybody is giving you all the information, because as much as information as we've given, I'll guarantee you there's something we've missed. So get out there and do some research, and for God's sake, don't send money to people that you don't know when you don't understand, and don't go visiting places if you've got no background history. Just do a bit of research.
Yeah, 100%.
And keep up the good work there.
Yes, and definitely got to have you back. So I'll be reaching out to you so we can make contact and exchange email addresses and so on. And again, I'm so grateful. This was a great call, and I'd taken note of your work, and this has been extremely valuable, and I hope that people do find value in it. I certainly did. And with that, hey, Dragon.
Yeah.
Real quick, give us your best French Donald Trump to take us home and make it something entertaining. I'm going to run the Little Black Vet song to take us out tonight.
All right, then. Well, David, thank you, because I will tell you, you just lay out one of a hell of a egg for us tonight. And, well, kudos for that, because it was amazing. I mean, I heard all of it. It was great. And well, I will just quote Churchill. The truth is uncontrovertible. Sorry. Panics may present it, resent it, or the ignorant may deride it. Malice may distort it, but there it is.
Okay. I love your accent. That's just the best. All right, guys. Thank you. Love all you guys.
Thanks.
Great night. Fantastic conversation. See you at 7 p.m. Eastern tomorrow on the flip side.
Well, she's sitting in the driveway all dressed in black. Got that slick paint, you know she got the knack. Chrome glimmers in the moonlight, like a star on the rise. When I slide behind the wheel, I feel alive. Oh, I can't deny. Got the little black vest, she's my midnight ride. Rolling down the highway with my girl by my side. Fast as a whisper, smooth as a dream. In my little black vet, we're a rock and roll team. Leather seats and a rumble that shakes the ground. With the top down low, we're lost in the sound. That engine growls like a lion's roar. Every mile we take, I just want more. Got the little black vet, she's my midnight ride. Rolling down the highway with my girl by my side. Fast as a whisper, smooth as a dream. In my little black vet, we're a rock and roll team. Oh, the world slows down when we hit that street. The wind in our hair can't beat me. With the guitar laying under the stars so bright. In my little black vet, everything feels right.
This has been a Maverick Multimedia production.